Everyone, because this is an afternoon session, we are waiting for 2-3 minutes for everyone to join. Okay. Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon. Should we start?
Yes, sir, please.
So friends, welcome to the last day sessions. And to begin with, let's start with something interesting. Okay, good.
Where are you hiding? It's not right.
What? I'm doing it.
No. Something's missing.
Nothing's missing.
Ah. You forgot this. Attitude. Check it off. Attitude. Yes. That's it.
Okay, Miss Han, I get it. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have treated my mom like that. You were right.
Turn around.
Oh, hey, Mom.
So friends, attitude is very important, and a positive attitude will take us to anywhere. And attitude makes a lot of difference when you start learning and studying particular thing. I hope that this workshop is a workshop to develop a right attitude towards learning, because attitude is a little thing, but it makes a big difference. And that's very important, a right attitude. And that's the message I am trying to communicate to you from this video clip. So let's start and proceed with the right attitude and with a strong desire to learn. And friends, the fact you people are here, that shows you are having a strong desire to learn the things, and that's why you have joined this particular workshop. So friends, let's have a quick look what we were talking about yesterday. And first, we try to understand the concept of data generating process, or DG. And we define data generating process as one that tells us the true underlying phenomena that is creating the data. And the model which we make which is normally imperfect, attempt to describe and emulate the phenomena under which the data is being collected. And understanding about data generating process is very, very important, because it helps us in appreciating and understanding the nature and characteristics of the data, help us in making a proper model, attempting to model the underlying reality behind the data, and it also helps us in making appropriate assumptions about the model. And therefore, we must understand the data generating process at the back of our data. And we have three types of data: the cross-sectional, the time series, and panel data. And all these types of the data has a different data generating process at its back. Cross-sectional data is a result of random and independent sampling process, realization of a stochastic process, and panel data is combination. Understanding about DGP helps us in making suitable assumptions about the model on which we want to work. Then we discuss how to exploit or take the benefits of the richness of panel data. And when we go for it, we have to pay a price, and that price comes in the form of complexity. And to take care of complexity, what we need, we have to make assumptions. Assumptions play a very, very important role in the module with which we want to work. And this is the basic panel model. And if you assume that I doesn't make a difference, T does not make a difference, then we can come out with this module, which is representing as pooled data analysis. And then we can make use of simple words. And we said that when we work with the panel data, we may come across with two kinds of problems. One problem which is because of endogeneity caused by omitted variables. And that endogeneity problem makes our estimates biased and inconsistent. And another problem is a problem arising due to the correlation among the errors, because same unit, if we take data over a period of time, there is very high chance or high probability that error term may face autocorrelation problem. So this autocorrelation problem can be taken care of by random effect model, and this can be taken care of by fixed effect model. So first we started talking about endogeneity problem that's arising because of omitted variable. And the kind of the endogeneity we are talking about is one that caused by cross-sectional unit unobserved heterogeneity. This type of problem causing endogeneity, fixed effect model takes care of it. Unobserved cross-sectional heterogeneity that can be taken care of by making use of fixed effect model. So first we talked about two period where you can have before and after comparison, and we have the time period too. And there we said that we can make use of a difference estimator. So the moment you take the difference, that alpha I will go away. Okay, and you can take difference, apply OLS, and get the results. And then we move to when we have period more than 2, and there we talk about fixed effect module, and for estimating it, we use fixed effect estimator or within estimator. Here we make an assumption that the unobserved unit-specific heterogeneity we are talking about, that fixed over a period of time. And that's how we call this term as fixed effect model. So whatever unobserved heterogeneity which we have unit specific, we are assuming that's time invariant. Its value doesn't change over a period of time, fixed. And that's the assumptions which you are making for our fixed effect model. And we allow correlation between this unobserved heterogeneity and X. So we allow that this covariance may not be equal to 0, doesn't matter. And one method is you can use LSTV to come out with the estimator, or you can use fixed effect or within estimator. Both gives you the same numerical values of your coefficients. And when we go for fixed effect estimator, what we do, we demean X and Y so that we can remove, and then we pulled and we use OLS. And that's called the fixed effect or within estimator. And we said that LSTV and FE both gives same results, no difference. But the problem with LSTV is a large number of dummies. Are to be introduced when your N is large. To avoid that problem, you can go for FE estimator. You can also add time dimension to it, and you can have a two-way effect model by using I dot the time variable. And limitation of the fixed effect model is, in this module, those variables which are time invariant, we cannot estimate their effect. That's one of the serious problems with the fixed effect model. And out of sample observations, you cannot do the prediction. So if you have unobserved omitted variable, time, kill their effect, that's good. But if you have observed variables which are time invariant, then fixed effect will also kill it, and that's not good. That's not something we desire, and that's the problem with it. After discussing fixed effect, friends, we move to random effect. And in the random effect, we make a very strong assumption that the covariance between X and alpha i's is assumed to be not correlated. No correlation between unobserved heterogeneity and your regresses. And they're allowed to behave randomly over a period of time. And that's how we call this as random effect model. And the moment you say it's random, you know what will happen? It will sit into it. And since we are assuming that this is not correlated with any regression, then it will not create endogeneity problem. But it creates a problem which is arising because of autocorrelation. And to take the autocorrelation problem, we use a feasible generalized least square method, or FGLS. Right? And these are the assumptions which we made. And that's where we see the problem. Everywhere the covariance is 0, 0, 0. But here it's not 0, creating autocorrelation problem. And when autocorrelation problem exists, we use feasible generalized least square method to get the estimates. And finally, we discuss which model should we select, FE or RE, based on Hosman. So friends, this test helps us in identifying should we use FE test, FE model or RE model. Null hypothesis is that RE estimates, FE estimates are systematically equal. Alternatively, they are not. Therefore, we should go for FE estimates. Right? So if null is rejected, it says that the is uncorrelated with this is incorrect. We may go for FE, or we have to check our model specification. And when null is rejected, then using random effect may not be the right choice. So friends, that was the point where we stopped yesterday. If you have any question, any doubt, any query, you are most welcome. Don't hesitate in asking questions. Do that.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, I want to ask whether fixed effect is better or random effect. As per the knowledge imparted by you, random effect is better because it provides us consistent as well as efficient estimates. But statistically, on the basis of the results of Hosman test, we can choose the model which Hosman test is suggesting, whether fixed effect or random effect. Right, sir?
So what's the question?
Sir, my question is, we must go on the basis of Hosman test itself without considering the theory behind it. Is it, sir?
But you have to bring theory, na? Why you are saying theory?
As per the information you gave us, that fixed effect provides us only consistent estimates.
Right.
And random effect provides us consistent plus efficient estimates.
Right.
On the basis of that,
under what condition?
Sir, when the covariance is 0, covariance between x independent variable and error term is 0.
Covariance between the independent variable x and
alpha unobserved head.
And please, Pooja, it's not error term.
Alpha, sorry, unobserved head.
Unobserved
heterogeneity.
heterogeneity.
Yes, sir. By mistake.
It is equal to 0.
Yes, sir.
RE gives me consistent result, right?
Yes, sir. Consistent and efficient.
And efficient. And the moment it becomes not equal to 0, then RE starts giving me inconsistent result.
Yes, sir. Hosman test consider this only, na, covariance.
Right.
Okay.
So
it means if RE is not giving us consistent result, Hosman test will say that null hypothesis is rejected.
Right.
That means fixed effect is better model.
Fixed effect will give you consistent result.
Consistent estimate, and we will report the results by fixed effect model.
Right.
Okay, sir. Sir, are there any assumptions with respect to error term in fixed effect model, as you told us the assumptions of R term in case of random effect?
Same normal assumptions.
Same.
Mean is 0.
Yes, sir.
Variance of the error term is constant.
Okay. At
No
homozygous.
autocorrelation.
Okay. Sir, if autocorrelation is there in fixed effect model, then how can we resolve that issue?
You can make use of robust,
Robust standard errors.
right?
Sir, you on the first day you told us that robust standard errors, they just reduces, they just control, they do not remove autocorrelation.
But why should we? Why do you want to remove? We want to correct our estimate. That's it.
Okay, sir. Sir, in our paper we can write we have considered robust standard errors.
That is
And
acceptable.
okay, okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Anybody else?
Sir, assumption of stationarity is not required to be checked.
But why do you need to check that?
It is not required to be checked in panel model. You told us. I remember.
But why? As a month acceptable.
Yes, sir. You told us that in case of time series data, we need to check stationarity because there is a trend in time. We have to make it stationary, the series stationary,
Right.
but not in case of panel data.
Suppose the data, panel data, the data is not stationary. What you will do? I tell you that this panel data is not stationary. What you will do? You take difference.
Yes, sir.
इसका difference लोगे.
First difference.
किसका? सारे क्रॉस सेक्शन का.
सारे क्रॉस sections का. First difference of
टाइम सीरीज में तो क्लियर है, एक ही सीरीज है.
yes, sir.
डिफरेंस आ जाएगा. पर यहाँ पे क्या लोगे? यहाँ तो हजारों क्रॉस सेक्शनल है.
Exactly, sir.
और हजारों क्रॉस सेक्शनल का 10 साल का डेटा है, तो क्या करोगे?
Yes, sir. I got that, sir.
And if you believe that the time effect is not constant, it's different for different period of time, you introduce time dummy.
Okay, sir.
So time dummy will take care of the fact that effects are different for different period of time.
Okay, okay. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
पूजा, तुम कहाँ से कर रहे हो PhD?
Sir, I am pursuing my PhD from Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar.
किसके अंडर कर रहे हो?
Sir, Dr. Aparna Bhatia.
अपर्णा भाटिया.
Yes, sir.
कॉमर्स से या मैनेजमेंट से?
Commerce, sir.
ठीक है. Anybody else?
Sir, can I ask a question, please?
Sir, a very small question, sir.
हाँ वैभव बताओ.
Sir, yesterday I was applying regression, sir, without with the command without typing comma re, and the results were same. That is, I was not writing
So
comma.
R is by default.
Okay, sir. Okay, thanks.
So, but my suggestion is use RE specifically, so that, you know, many times when you do default settings, there are problems.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
So, but Stata by default gives you RE estimators.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, Nisha.
Sir, so in the Hosman test, you mentioned that if the null hypothesis, that is the estimators of RE and FE are equal, is accepted, that is, it is not rejected, then RE may not be the right choice.
Rejected or accepted?
Sir, if it is accepted, that is, if they turn out to be equal,
Right. Then
Then-
RE is a better choice because RE is consistent as well as efficient.
right. But sir, in your last slide on Hosman test, it was also written in a red underline that RE may not be the right choice.
If it is rejected. I can show you.
It is
Sir, on this slide only, yes. Yeah.
Is
So,
not rejected, then RE may not be the right choice.
so which means if it
If
is
the null is
accepted,
not rejected, yes, I tell you why.
Hanji.
Because all the tests are subject to errors. If your theory strongly says that unobserved which you have may be correlated with your X, then you should always go for fixed effect. No need to check for Hosmer test.
Okay. So why I'm asking this question is because the data that I have run on, my random and fixed effects estimates and then the Hosman, they have accepted the null. So both the estimators are absolutely equal.
No. They don't say both are equal. This is systematically equal.
Right. So then I should go with random effect only.
Yes.
Okay, sir.
But your theory says that unobserved has no correlation with X?
Sir, actually, most of the papers, so unobserved, like the culture and everything have not been talked about only. They have not been mentioned. They have been just, not been taken into light.
What is the Nisha call on it?
Sir, they would definitely have an effect.
On
The culture, the tradition, the way people have been eating their food, their diets.
On axis, no?
I'm
on
sorry.
the dependent variable.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Are
exactly.
you talking about impact of those unobserved?
So that's what I'm saying. Those
और
unobserved
Y?
would have,
किस पे impact बता रही हो मुझे? Y पे या X पे?
sir, on consumption, which is the dependent variable.
नहीं consumption X पे बताओ मेरे को.
होगा. X पे उसका कोई फर्क नहीं होगा, sir. It has
अगर
no.
नहीं होगा तो
हाँ जी.
random ठीक है.
ठीक है, sir. Done.
क्योंकि हमारी assumption क्या है? The covariance between X and L5
and the unobserved, right?
should, if it is not equal to 0, then we should go for fixed effect.
Fixed effect, right?
We are not talking anywhere about Y.
Right, sir. Right. Got it, sir. Thank you so much.
Anybody else? Anyone having any other query, any question?
Good afternoon, sir.
Nishant, just a minute.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Dr. Sorry. Yes, Nishant, sorry.
सर इस टॉपिक से रिलेटेड नहीं है, थोड़ा जनरल आपसे तो गाइडेंस लेनी थी.
हाँ.
सर एक्चुअली मैं प्री और पोस्ट क्राइसिस एनालिसिस पे स्टडी कर रहा हूँ. और तो
कौन सी क्राइसिस?
फाइनेंशियल क्राइसिस 2008-9 का.
ठीक है.
तो 10 इयर्स का प्री क्राइसिस का डाटा होगा और 10 का पोस्ट क्राइसिस का, एक्सेप्ट द ईयर ऑफ 2008-9 बिकॉज इट इज द टाइम पीरियड ऑफ ड्यूरिंग द क्राइसिस.
ठीक है.
तो सर मेरा यहाँ पे आप कंफर्म करना था कि मुझे प्री क्राइसिस का पैनल डाटा का अलग कलेक्शन करना है और पोस्ट का अलग करना है 2008-9 को छोड़कर.
ठीक है.
और उनका रिजल्ट्स का कंपैरिजन करना है विद द टी टेस्ट.
ठीक है.
तो सर मैंने कुछ कंफर्म किया था, तो उन्होंने मुझे ये बताया कि 2008-9 को आप डाटा से रिमूव नहीं कर सकते, आपको कंटिन्यूस डाटा लेना है, अदरवाइज जो रिजल्ट्स आएंगे वो बायस्ड हो जाएंगे आपके, क्योंकि आपने के डाटा में कंटिन्यूटी नहीं है। इज
अच्छा,
इट सो?
ऐसी कोई assumption है हमारी? Just a minute. हाँ प्रतीक, भेज देता हूँ, भेज देता हूँ। निशांत, ऐसी कोई assumption है हमारी?
नहीं सर, ऐसी तो कोई अजम्पशन नहीं है, लेकिन उन्होंने मुझे कहा कि आप डमी वेरी।
मेरी assumption violate हो रही है,
नहीं सर।
तो फिर बायस कैसे हो जाएगा?
तो सर मैं मतलब उन्होंने मुझे ऐसे बोला कि आप डमी वेरिएबल ले लो क्राइसिस का, प्री के लिए आप 0 लगा दो, पोस्ट के लिए 1 लगा दीजिए,
हाँ,
और मतलब कुछ इस तरह उन्होंने कहा डाटा आप कॉन्टिन्यूस लीजिए,
और
डाटा में गैप मत दीजिए।
बीच वाले को कैसे क्या करें?
उसको आप पोस्ट क्राइसिस के अंदर जो है कंसीडर कर लीजिए,
अच्छा,
क्योंकि उसका इफेक्ट जो है 2008-9 के एंड में, मतलब कि एंड तक सब नॉर्मल, नॉर्मल तो नहीं कहेंगे, मतलब कि उसका फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट्स एंड में बने थे, लेकिन इम्पैक्ट स्टार्टिंग के टाइम पीरियड में था 2008-9 के।
ठीक है। तुम्हारा टॉपिक क्या है?
सर ये है प्री एंड पोस्ट क्राइसिस एनालिसिस है इंटेलेक्चुअल कैपिटल का, इम्पैक्ट ऑफ फाइनेंशियल परफॉर्मेंस, impact of intellectual capital on financial performance during pre and post crisis analysis.
Impact of
Intellectual capital
हाँ
on
on
financial performance.
अच्छा, तो तुम्हें लगता है कि क्राइसिस से इम्पैक्ट आएगा कुछ?
ये सर हो सकता है कि उनके मैनेजमेंट का जो ह्यूमन कैपिटल की इन्वॉल्वमेंट है, जो उनकी नॉलेज है, उनका यूज हुआ होगा आफ्टर द क्राइसिस बेटर।
वो कैसे मेजर हो रहा है?
ये सर एक व्याक मॉडल है
अच्छा,
प्यूलिक का, तो उन उस मॉडल के थ्रू जो है इस चीज को मेजर किया जा रहा है कि इंटेलेक्चुअल कैपिटल कंपनी
उसके
की
लिए
कितनी है।
इनपुट डेटा क्या है?
सर जो वेरिएबल्स हैं,
हाँ,
सर वेरिएबल्स उसके लिए ह्यूमन कैपिटल है, स्ट्रक्चरल कैपिटल है, और कैपिटल एम्प्लॉयड है।
तो कैपिटल एम्प्लॉयड तो फाइनेंशियल हो गया।
सर ये उस मॉडल का एक एस्पेक्ट है,
हाँ,
इन तीनों को मिलाकर।
ठीक है। तो
इन
ह्यूमन कैपिटल कहाँ से कलेक्ट करोगे उसकी इंफॉर्मेशन?
सर वेजेस एंड सैलरीज के डाटा से।
वो तो कैपिटल थोड़ी है।
नहीं सर ये ह्यूमन कैपिटल जो एस्पेक्ट उस मॉडल में यूज किया गया है, प्यूलिक करके है एक, तो उनका जो मॉडल है ये काफी मतलब कि फेमस है, तो उसके बीच में उन्होंने इसी को किया कि ह्यूमन कैपिटल एफिशिएंसी, उन्होंने एफिशिएंसी मेजर करी थ्रू द ह्यूमन कैपिटल, थ्रू द स्ट्रक्चरल कैपिटल, थ्रू द कैपिटल एम्प्लॉयड, और फिर इनके कंबाइंड इफेक्ट को उन्होंने व्याक नाम दिया, वैल्यू एडेड इंटेलेक्चुअल कोएफिशिएंट।
ठीक है।
और इसका इम्पैक्ट हम देख रहे हैं हमारी जो फाइनेंशियल परफॉर्मेंस है, दैट इज आरओए, आरओई, एटीयू एंड मार्केट वैल्यूएशन एमबी।
तुमने देखा कि सिंपल टी टेस्ट लगा के देखा तुमने, फर्क आ रहा है?
सर अभी मैं थोड़ा इस स्टेज पे नहीं पहुंचा हूँ, मतलब कि उसको करके।
देखो, हमारी कोई अजम्पशन ऐसी नहीं है कि टाइम डेटा हमारा कंटिन्यूस होना चाहिए।
ठीक है सर।
कहीं भी कोई अजम्पशन ऐसी नहीं है।
ठीक है।
सारी अजम्पशंस एरर टर्म को लेके होती है।
ओके सर।
ठीक है।
जी
तो
ठीक है, थैंक यू सर।
ये तो
जी
देखना पड़ेगा कि मुझे नहीं लगता कि अगर तो हम बीच में से कोई डेटा ड्रॉप करेंगे तो बायसनेस होगी। बायसनेस क्यों होगी?
ओके सर।
बायसनेस का कोई रीजन होगा ना, या तो इंडोजेनिटी प्रॉब्लम होगी, या हेट्रोजेनिटी की प्रॉब्लम होगी, या हेट्रोस्केडास्टिसिटी, और कुछ तो रीजन होगा ना।
जी एक्चुअली मैंने एक पेपर भी पढ़ा, उसके अंदर तो दोनों ही ऑप्शन लिखे थे कि अगर ऐसा कोई सिचुएशन है तो उसके अंदर आप या तो इस ईयर को टोटली रिमूव कर दो, या फिर उसको किसी एक पार्ट के अंदर इंक्लूड कर दो, या प्री में या पोस्ट में।
पर एक्सक्लूड करने से मुझे नहीं लगता कि बायसनेस आएगी।
ठीक है सर, थैंक यू सर।
चलो, Leela is asking DID, saying that the first difference estimator, or DID is an extension of the later. DID is an extension of the first difference, because In DID, we do other things as well. But in the philosophy of DID is similar to first difference. Leela, is that okay? Yes, the coefficient interpretation will be same.
Excuse me.
Whatever model you are talking about, but you have to be careful about the variable and their nature. So in the difference equation, you will have delta y is equal to alpha plus beta delta x. So you will say if change in x goes up by 1 unit, then change in y will be beta. That's how you will say. So if you say y is equal to alpha plus beta x plus error term, so if x goes up, here you will say if delta x goes up. That's the only thing you have to be careful about. Leela, is that clear?
Sir, is this anyway related? I don't also have no idea to DID. Somebody I heard this name, sir, somewhere DID kind of thing. Is it anyway?
DID is difference in difference estimator.
So this is the same thing that you told us, that this delta y is the DID that I heard of before.
No. I'm talking about the first difference estimator.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Excuse me, sir.
Pooja.
Sir, I have two more questions. Sir, the first question is, we discussed about fixed LSDV and fixed effect models. Both of them, they give same estimates. Coefficients are same for independent variables.
Right.
But sir, in LSDV model, R square, as we saw in the yesterday results of a particular model, we saw that R square was 4 in case of in fixed effect model it was 4, and when we used a fixed effect with LSDV model, R square jumped to 70%. Sir, we need to report only coefficients and p values and R square too.
R square क्यों रिपोर्ट कर रहे हो?
सर R square जैसे लिखा होता है ना पेपर्स में कितना आया इस मॉडल का?
फिक्स इफेक्ट में नहीं है लिखा होता है.
Fixed effect में R square, there is no need to write R square. Sir, I have seen
फिक्स इफेक्ट में किसी ने अगर लिखा है रिपोर्ट किया तो मुझे नहीं पता क्या किया उसने. विद इन क्या है, बिटवीन क्या है, ओवरऑल क्या है.
ओके.
वो एलएसडीवी का किया है या फिक्स इफेक्ट एस्टिमेटर का किया है? एलएसडीवी का तो बहुत बड़ा जाएगा.
हाँ जी, एलएसडीवी का ज्यादा आएगा और फिक्स इफेक्ट
तो ऑफकोर्स ज्यादा आएगा क्योंकि डमी आप इतने सारे लगाओगे. तो आर स्क्वायर तो बढ़ जाएगा पर उसका कोई मीनिंग नहीं है ना.
Okay, sir, we need not report R square in case of fixed effect models.
No, we need not.
Okay. In EViews we get adjusted R square.
Madam, जब R square ही नहीं आ रहा, adjusted
Okay, sir. Sir, my second question is, how we write interaction variable in Stata?
Interaction variable?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Leela, you have to wait for some time. I will come back to your question. Okay, so I take simple regression model, right? Suppose I regress death rate, birth rate, number of workers. And then I want to interact between birth rate and number of workers. And first, you have to understand whether your data is, your variable is a dummy variable or non-dummy variable. If it is not a dummy, Yes, if it is not a dummy variable, you have to write C. And if it is integer, you have to write I. So write C dot number of workers, then hash C dot birth rate. That's how we show the interaction command in Stata. Do you see this? C for continuous variable. If you write I dot here, I for integers. And then hash is for interaction. And once you do it, then you just run it. And you get that interaction term.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay, Leela, predict residual implication of this command. I don't know what you mean by this. If I want to predict residuals, I want to save the residuals. Then you can give any name to the variable where you want to save your residuals. So I call it resi, for example, then comma, residual. So the residuals of the model are saved in resi. And stout is a command that helps us in getting the results in a tabular format. So for example, here, I use 3 models. Okay, and estimate, store, model 1, right? So I have saved the result in model 1. Then what I do is I run another model with the birth rate and number of workers, and I store this result in model 2. And then I run the interaction model and save the results in model 3. And I want to take all the models data in one table, then you simply write stout model 1, model 2, model 3. I think I need to install it. Or I try with this another. See, STAB also works like a stout. So you can get all the 3 models in results in one table. So that's the purpose of, using this command. Realize that, okay? STAB, stout, both can be used in this case. Okay, anybody else?
Sir, I have a question.
सुषमा याद आ गया तुम्हें क्वेश्चन पूछना?
नहीं सर, पहले से ही था, पर मुझे डर लग रहा था क्योंकि थोड़ा रिपीटेशन है. I asked it yesterday also. Sir, my question is relating to the same, that one of my variables is going to be in integer values. Like I'll be using dummy for public and private ownership of a company, 0 and 1.
सर तो कमांड देते टाइम उसमें आई डॉट तो लगाना ही पड़ेगा while running the
Right.
regression.
नहीं नहीं,
नहीं
एक सेकंड, वो डमी ऑलरेडी है तो फिर क्यों लगाना?
सर यही मुझे
डिफाइन किया होगा ना उसको डमी तुमने.
सर then when will we use this I dot? You just explained.
इंट्रैक्शन वगैरह के लिए.
Okay. So another thing is that if
इंट्रैक्शन के लिए या तुम्हें डमी जनरेट करने हैं उसके लिए.
okay sir.
जैसे तुम्हें मान लीजिए ईयर का डमी जनरेट करना है, तो you just write I dot year. तो ईयर के डमी जनरेट हो गए.
Okay sir. Sir, what is the command for taking log in Stata?
So you have to generate the series.
Sir, I will have to take log of total assets and age of the company.
Okay. So you have to generate a series.
Yes,
so
sir.
Then, suppose I say L birth. Okay. So command is simple, log of that birth rate.
Okay, sir. Okay. So last thing is that as I asked yesterday also, can we go for random effect model or fixed effect model if one or more of our variables are time invariant? We should go for random effect.
हाँ, अगर तुम्हें टाइम इनवेरिएंट का इफेक्ट कैप्चर करना है तो.
Okay.
लेकिन अगर वो अनऑब्जर्व्ड हेटेरोजेनिटी से एक्स योर कोरिलेटेड है ना, तो रैंडम इफेक्ट सारे इनकंसिस्टेंट आएंगे तुम्हारे.
सर तो ये थ्योरी से चेक करना पड़ेगा
हैं
कि वो कोरिलेटेड है या नहीं.
हाँ.
We should go by the theory and apply our judgment.
Right.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Suppose I run a model regress death rate and I take the lag of the death rate and then I take the birth rate and number of workers and run the regression. Okay, so I have to first set xt set district, then anyone see any problem in this model? Anyone seeing any problem in it? इस मॉडल में कुछ प्रॉब्लम है क्या? Any problem in this model? So my equation is actually y is equal to alpha plus y it beta 1 y it minus 1 plus beta 2 other variables. So if you regress your model with the lag, do you see any problem?
Sir, may I try?
नेहा कल कहाँ थे?
सर कल मेरे को थोड़ा सा एक काम था, सॉरी.
अच्छा चलो बताओ. हाँ क्या?
Sir, residual of the models are quite higher as compared to the regression.
How do you know residual कहाँ से दिखे तुम्हें?
Sum of square of residual.
हाँ.
They are quite higher as compared to the regression.
कहाँ पे sum of square residuals का? You
Sir,
want to
ये ना
say this?
121.
ये वाला?
हाँ
ये
जी.
ज़्यादा थोड़ी है कोई.
सर रिग्रेशन से तो ज्यादा है.
ये तो sum है ना?
हाँ हाँ.
If you take the
मतलब
variance of it, variance
मॉडल से ज्यादा है सर.
variance तो इतना ही है. वेरिएंस कुछ ज्यादा थोड़ी है।
हाँ जी, हाँ जी।
Leela, I show you the command which we have for interaction. This is the command for interaction. So C dot X1 hash C dot X2, where X1, X2 both are continuous variable. Leela, is that okay? Right, so let's go ahead with today's agenda. So now we are going to discuss how to handle complexities of the panel data, which is rising to dynamic relations. And if you remember, endogeneity can be caused by omitted variable bias, measurement error, simultaneity, and dynamic relationship. So dynamic model will take care of dynamic relationship caused endogeneity. So the endogeneity, which is caused by dynamic relationship, how to take care of it, that's the thing we are going to discuss today in this particular session. Okay, so if I take you back in this model where I use the lag, and where I use the lag, the presence of this lag in the model gives me dynamic relationship. And this dynamic relationship causes endogeneity problem. So we have two challenges. Number one, how does it causing endogeneity problem? Number two, how to take care of that endogeneity problem. That's the whole discussion about dynamic panel. So friends, taking you to the word of dynamic panel, and first let's understand what is a dynamic panel. In a panel model, if we include lagged values of the dependent variable in our model, then it will become dynamic panel model. So if you say YIT is equal to alpha plus beta 1 YIT minus 1 and so on, then this model becomes dynamic model. In the dynamic panel model, we add lag terms of the dependent variable as a explanatory variable. Pooja, wait, we will discuss that. How do we do that? So we have dynamic model where we have a dependent variable and its lag term in regressors or in the list of independent variable. Okay. Now let's take some example where this dynamic relationship exists. Okay, Sushma, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
सुषमा तुम्हारा डिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल क्या है?
सर सस्टेनेबिलिटी डिस्क्लोजर स्कोर.
सस्टेनेबिलिटी डिस्क्लोजर स्कोर, ठीक है ना?
यस सर.
2019. क्या ये 2018 का फंक्शन है क्या?
नो सर.
क्यों नहीं है?
आई डोंट थिंक सो सर.
अगर 2018 में ज्यादा होगा तो 19 में ज्यादा नहीं होगा?
सर ये रिपोर्टिंग से रिलेटेड है सर कि किस कंपनी ने अपनी एनुअल रिपोर्ट में या सस्टेनेबिलिटी रिपोर्ट में कितने कंटेंट्स शो किए हैं रिगार्डिंग अ पर्टिकुलर डायमेंशन.
किसी कंपनी में 2018 में रिपोर्ट किए हैं 10 आइटम, राइट? तुम्हें लगता है कि 19 में 10 से कम हो जाएगा?
हाँ, कम तो नहीं होना चाहिए. यस,
ज्यादा ही होगा ना
सर. लेकिन अगर हम कैटेगरी वाइज देखें सर, कैटेगरी वाइज देखें तो डिफरेंस हो सकता है.
कैटेगरी वाइज डिफरेंट हो सकता है, पर तुम तो आइटम देख रहे हो ना.
यस सर. यस सर. टोटल आइटम्स.
टोटल आइटम में तुम्हें लगता है कि फर्क होगा?
सर ये एक बार डेटा से भी चेक करना पड़ेगा. आई एम इन द प्रोसेस ऑफ कलेक्टिंग डेटा.
पर तुम्हारी अंडरस्टैंडिंग क्या कहती है?
Sir, of course, it should increase over a period of time because every company will try to improve its reporting.
यानी SDC of 2019 may be impacted by SDC of 2018, isn't it?
Not really, sir. I think it may be correlated, but not actually related. क्योंकि कंपनी एफर्ट तो करेगी रिपोर्टिंग.
सुषमा, डोंट प्ले विद द वर्ड्स. दे आर रिलेटेड, दे आर नॉट कोरिलेटेड. क्या बोल रहे हो तुम?
सर मुझे ये
तो कोरिलेटेड होंगे ही होंगे. अगर कोरिलेटेड है तो रिलेटेड होंगे ही होंगे ना. ये रिलेटेड है तो कोरिलेटेड नहीं होंगे. शब्दों के साथ प्ले मत करो.
ओके सर. सर मेरे कहने का मतलब ये था कि ये ट्रेंड इंक्रीज हो सकता है, बट इट्स नॉट नेसेसरी. ये सर डेटा से चेक करना पड़ेगा.
हर साल का एसडीसी रैंडम है.
सर वो जितने भी आइटम्स हैं उनका जब कंपोजिट स्कोर निकालेंगे सर, तब पता चलेगा कि किस कंपनी ने कितनी रिपोर्टिंग की है. रैंडम तो नहीं है सर. उस कंपनी ने डिफरेंट डायमेंशंस में कितना काम किया, फॉर एग्जांपल एनवायरनमेंट में या ह्यूमन रिसोर्स के लिए या कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस में, उन सबको एड अप करके सर वो निकलेगा. बट सर यू आर राइट, a company will definitely try to report more and more in the coming years, so it may be related.
कम तो नहीं करेगा ना?
नहीं, कम तो नहीं करना चाहिए. सही बात है सर.
लॉजिकली तो कम नहीं होगा ना?
Yes sir. Yes sir. So dynamic panel can be used here.
सोच सकते हो तुम. That's your call.
Okay sir. Thank you for giving this direction sir. Thank you so much.
Okay. वैभव, तुम किस पे काम कर रहे हो? वैभव?
यस सर.
किस पे काम कर रहे हो तुम?
सर अभी तो कुछ नहीं कर रहा हूँ, वैसे अभी काम नहीं किया, शुरू नहीं किया सर.
तुम्हारा एरिया क्या है?
और सर अभी डिसाइड नहीं किया है.
नहीं, मतलब तुम बैकग्राउंड क्या है? फाइनेंस, मार्केटिंग, ऑपरेशंस? सर
इकोनॉमिक्स.
इकोनॉमिक्स में. ठीक है, ठीक है. Suppose in 2019 we are determining the GDP growth rate. GDP growth rate is a function of what? वैभव बोलो. मैक्रो इकोनॉमिक्स में जीडीपी ग्रोथ रेट किस किस पे डिपेंडेंट है? इन्वेस्टमेंट है कि नहीं?
यस सर. यस सर.
और मैं एक टर्म में ले लेता हूँ,
And then
Aggregate demand, right?
yes, sir. Consumption,
That
export.
includes everything. That includes aggregate demand includes everything. So aggregate demand includes your consumption, your investment, your government expenditure, your net exports. ठीक है? और क्या फैक्टर हो सकता है वैभव? Inflation?
Yes, sir. And also, so
Money
rights.
supply.
Yes, sir.
Huh?
Yes, sir. Rate of interest can also be there.
Okay. Right, like this, right? But do you think that growth rate of 2019 has something to do with the growth rate of 2018? Yeah, both are independent.
Sir, obviously the next year GDP will be high.
Because the previous, what you have in the previous year in the GDP numbers, that's going to affect what you are going to have GDP numbers for the next year.
Yes, sir.
So there you might find dynamic relationship in that case.
Okay, sir. Yes, sir. Thanks.
Okay. So friends, there are many situations where you find that you have dynamic relationship.
Sir, आपने जो भी example दिया,
हाँ,
hello,
हाँ
sir, in
मोहम्मद.
that example, we have said that 2019 data of GDP has impact from GDP of 2018. तो
18 का
अगर ऐसा
impact
केस
19 में है.
जो वेरिएबल्स हमने जो फैक्टर्स डिस्कस किए थे,
हाँ,
those factors will be impacting 2019 GDP data also, right?
right.
तो अगर ऐसा केस होगा तो कोई किसी भी मॉडल में या किसी भी काइंड ऑफ डेटा में, तो दैट डेटा विल बी कॉल्ड एज दैट मॉडल विल बी कॉल्ड एज डायनामिक मॉडल, सर.
यस, क्योंकि जो डिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल है उसके लैग में यूज कर रहा हूँ.
ओके ओके सर, थैंक यू सर.
Just a small question. Will there be any model where it is not applicable? Like in almost all the models we will see this pattern. So is there anything?
Yes, Weber, you are trying to determine the consumption behavior, right? And the theory says that consumption is a function of income. है कि नहीं?
Yes, sir, but it is also a function of last year.
Consumption.
Yes, sir.
Income zero हो जाए तो फिर क्या होगा? लास्ट ईयर के कंजम्पशन पे इम्पैक्ट आएगा? मुझे बताओ.
Yes, sir. You are right, sir.
Now let's see the motivation which we have behind using dynamic panel. Just give me a minute. So what is that which suggests we should go for panel data? One, your underlying theory. That means that dynamic relationship does exist and empirical literature. So motivation may come from these two front for developing a dynamic model. Okay. Who are from strong finance? फाइनेंस से कौन कौन है?
Yes, sir, I am.
पूजा?
Yes, sir.
Dividend, stable dividend policy क्या होती है? What is this stable dividend policy?
When company keeps on paying the same rate of dividend.
Yes,
every-
not exactly identical, but similar to that.
Yes, sir.
Maybe 20%, 21%, maybe 19%, but not much variation in it. Okay. So if a company is following stable dividend policy, don't you think that dividend to be paid by the company in 20 is a function of the dividend which is paid in the year 19? Because the company will not like to pay anything more than 19. They will like to stick to what they have paid in 19. So the amount of the dividend paid in 2019 is going to have an impact on the dividend of 20, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
So in that case, you may have dynamic panel.
Sir, I've got a question. When we have a sample set, there are a lot of companies. Each company might be having a different policy. I mean, some may be following stable, some may not be following such kind of stable. Even then, we can apply this dynamic panel model.
Right. Supta, it depends upon your objective. Suppose your objective is to check whether Indian companies are following stable dividend policy or not. In that case, I can check it.
Okay, thank
So
you.
if you look something different, then your model might be different.
This model is not valid. Okay, so thank you.
Yes. So please use dynamic model only when you have the reasons to use it. So Sushma, use dynamic in your model if you have reasons to use it. मेरे कहने पे
Yes,
मत
sir.
करना।
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Got it, sir.
Before we proceed further, let's have a look at this quote that says, an honest enemy is always better than a friend who lies. And please recall OLS is our friend, but many times it creates problem if my assumptions are not true. And the error term, who is a foe, keeps us on toes. So we have to be very careful about our friend, about our enemy. So what will happen when you trust your friend's OLS and apply the same in dynamic panel settings? And of course, your estimates will not be blue. Why they will not be blue? Any one of you can think of the reason? You have a dynamic model that is YIT is equal to alpha plus beta 1, YIT minus 1 plus beta 2 x 1 plus error. If we use OLS into it,
Because of sir, why IT and why and IT minus one, sir?
lag.
Yes, sir.
उसका lag लेने के लिए. Leela, why do you think autocorrelation problem होगी? Error term autocorrelation कैसे हो जाएगी?
So because in period yt minus 1, it will be dependent upon the previous error.
तो क्या हुआ? एरर टर्म में ऑटो कोरिलेशन हो जाएगा?
No sir, no sir.
वैभव थोड़ा और स्ट्रेच करो कि yit minus 1 जो है पिछली एरर के साथ कोरिलेटेड है कि नहीं?
Yes sir.
तो क्या प्रॉब्लम होगी?
Sir, endogeneity?
Endogeneity, yes. Because if you see, when we were defining strong exogeneity, we said that error term is not correlated with past, present, or future values. Okay, so my error term is connected with the present or past or future value.
Yes sir.
So if that is there, then you may find endogeneity problem. And if you have endogeneity problem, then OLS results may not be the blue results. And you have to be careful about it. So see here, that's determining your yit minus 1. Okay, and so what does it mean? This error term is correlated with the future values and it may create problems. And you have to be careful about it. But the problem is with R4, that's the error term, which makes our OLS estimates unacceptable. So take care of the error term and its relation with other terms in the model. If you don't take care of it, your estimates will not be blue estimates. There will be a big question mark on the quality of the estimates which are talking about. Okay, so what happens to the quality of our estimates when we ignore the dynamic panel structure? Okay, so what we are doing right now is trying to understand if you have true dynamic model, but you don't apply dynamic, what problem you will face. You have dynamic model and you use OLS, then what will be the problem? So right now we are trying to concentrate on the problems because unless and until I know what is the problem, I can't come out with a solution. The problem मुझे पता होनी चाहिए कि क्या है. Only then we can come out with a solution. So let's say case 1, ignoring the dynamic panel structure in the model. So this is my true model. And this is what we estimated. And in the estimated model, there is no lagged term. That means I'm not considered the dynamic structure of the problem. And I apply FE because we have unobserved heterogeneity. Right? So if you ignore this and apply FE, what will happen? It will sit into my error term. Error term में कुछ आएगा ये. And error term में क्या हुआ? ये xit minus 1. This. देख रहे हो क्या हो रहा है यहाँ पे? what will happen here? ये yt-1 की वैल्यू यहाँ आ जाएगी, and this may create problem. Correlation हो जाएगा, and that will create endogeneity problem. So if you have true model as a dynamic model and we ignore it, then we create endogeneity problem, and my estimates will not be right estimates. Suppose we consider the dynamic panel structure, but we ignore the complications arising due to the dynamic panel data structure, and we simply use fixed effect model. Then what happens? So we have considered it, and we apply FE estimator. तो क्या होगा? What will happen? Simple, आपने FE लगाया. So what you will get? YIT minus mean of YI. Alpha will be cancelled out. Beta YIT minus 1 plus delta XIT minus X bar I. This will be cancelled out, and we will get IT minus sorry. So the mean of this error term, which you will find here, that you will get something like here. When you take the difference, you may get something like this. The error term, mean over I. ये जो error term का mean over I है, that will conflict with this difference, and that will create endogeneity problem. So we have a dynamic model. We apply FE to it. Then, you know what will happen? The error term which you get, that will sit inside the error term and create endogeneity problem. And FE estimator will become biased and inconsistent, and this bias is called nickel bias. So what is nickel bias? Nickel bias is we have dynamic model, and in this dynamic model, we make use of FE estimator. Then my estimates will become biased, and that bias which we find in that estimates is called nickel bias. Had shown that the fixed effects estimators for the dynamic panel model are biased. And this said even for large n, small t, Even these estimators are inconsistent. This bias may disappear for very large time period. But for the short panel, this bias will exist, and that is something which we have to take care of. So let me summarize what we have. True model is dynamic. But we ignore dynamic structure. That means the true relationship is YIT is equal to alpha plus beta YIT minus 1 and so on. That's my true relationship. But what I do is I don't estimate it. I estimate YIT is equal to alpha plus beta 1 x1 and so on. This is what we estimate. This is true. This is what we estimate. And if you estimate it, then what happens is this YIT sits into my error term and causes endogeneity problem. Causes endogeneity problem. And that is something which we have to take care of. Okay? If the true model is dynamic, we estimate dynamic, but using FE estimator, then also our estimates will become biased estimates, and that bias is, in this case, is called nickel bias. So the lesson is very clear to us. If your theory suggests dynamic relationship, empirical literature suggests dynamic relationship, follow that. If you're not following what theory and literature is saying, and you are ignoring the dynamic structure, your estimates will not be the blue estimates because of endogeneity problem. Even if you recognize the dynamic structure, but don't apply the tools of the dynamic panel, but you apply FE in that case, your estimates will become biased and you have to be careful about it. I hope this is clear to all of you. Then the issue is how to take care of it. The lesson is, if the true model is dynamic panel model, then we should not ignore the dynamic structure of the model. And even if we consider the dynamic panel model, then we should not use FE estimator blindly. If we do that, our estimates will not be blue estimates. Now the question is, what is the way out? First, we have to understand the complexity arising due to dynamic nature of the model, and then apply a suitable estimator to take care of that complexity of the dynamic panel structure. Friend, I take a pause here, and I request all of you just quickly go and revise in your mind what we have discussed so far. Because if we don't appreciate our discussion till now, you may not be able to appreciate what we are going to discuss next. And in the meantime, if any one of you have any question, you are most welcome. Because things will start becoming more and more complex. Yes, Vaibhav.
So can I ask a very basic question?
Yes, do
Sir,
that.
in FEM and REM model, so there were unobserved variables which we do not know about, on which we do not have data. But dynamic
Unobserved, right.
model, we do not. Yes, sir. But in dynamic model, do we include those variables, or just we have the lagged of the dependent variable?
No, no, no. You may include that also. I show you. Have you seen this term? वैभव ये टर्म दिख रही है आपको? ये वाली टर्म.
Yes, sir. Yes. Yes,
तो
sir. Yes, sir.
डायनेमिक में भी आप दोनों को ले सकते हो.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
So dynamic model will take care of endogenite issues caused by dynamic relationship, and it will also help you in taking care of unobserved unit specific heterogeneity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Anybody else? Okay. So the lesson is improper use of model may result in biased and inconsistent estimates, and we have to be careful. वैभव, तुमने इकोनोमेट्रिक्स तो पढ़ा ही होगा इकोनॉमिक्स में?
Yes, sir. पढ़ा सर.
पूरे इकोनोमेट्रिक्स में क्या फाइट चलती है? इस सारे इकोनोमेट्रिक्स में जो डेवलपमेंट हो रही है वो किस बात को लेके हो रही है?
सर एस्टिमेट्स करेक्ट, हमारे जो एस्टिमेट्स है वो करेक्ट
हाँ,
है.
करेक्ट हो. क्योंकि nobody will like to have biased estimates. Nobody will like to have inconsistent estimates. Everyone would like to have the best estimates. And how to get those best estimates, the whole econometric theory is fighting for it. कि best estimates कैसे मिलें अलग-अलग conditions में, अलग-अलग circumstances. नेहा, अगर लैग डिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल इनसिग्निफिकेंट आ रहा है तो क्यों आ रहा है? या तो कहीं थ्योरी में प्रॉब्लम है या कहीं डेटा में प्रॉब्लम है, कहीं तो प्रॉब्लम होगी ना.
जी सर, ठीक है. मतलब वो आएगा, सिग्निफिकेंट सर होना ही चाहिए मोस्ट प्रोबेबली.
अगर आपकी थ्योरी कहती है तो.
हाँ, थ्योरी और अगर हमारा लिटरेचर सपोर्ट है तो.
हाँ.
ठीक ठीक
और
है.
अगर नहीं आ रहा तो कहीं ना कहीं इशू है, या तो थ्योरी गलत है.
या फिर डेटा बढ़ाना
में
पड़ेगा या
प्रॉब्लम
डेटा
है.
में कुछ इशू है.
डेटा में कुछ इशू होगा.
जी जी सर, मतलब वही सर, वेरिएबल में इशू है या हमने ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन ठीक नहीं किया है.
कुछ भी हो सकता है.
हाँ जी, ठीक है सर.
So the endogeneity issues which are considering here, that is arising because of the dynamic relationship. So what the problem created by dynamic panel structure in estimation, the presence of dynamic panel data structure in model creates endogeneity problems. And that makes our estimates biased and inconsistent. So the challenge is how to take care of endogeneity and thereby how to take care of your biased and inconsistent estimators. That's the challenge which we have before us. And to take care of the endogeneity problem and thereby biased and inconsistent estimators, one may use what is called instrumental variables, which are popularly called IVs, instrumental variables. And instrumental variables can help us in taking care of endogeneity problem. Now the question is, what is instrumental variable and how they are able to take care of endogeneity problem? Anyone, what is instrumental variable, IVs?
So those variables which are highly collinear with the lagged variable, but not with other variables.
Okay. Suppose I take a simple example, alpha plus beta x plus error term. And we find that there is a covariance between x and error term. Okay. The correlation between them is not equal to 0. Hence, we have endogeneity problem. So what we do, we look for a variable. We look for a variable, let's call it Z, which is correlated with X, but not correlated with error term. So there is a correlation between Z and X, but there is no covariance between Z and error term. And since X and Z are related, Z can be used as a proxy for X and take care of endogeneity problem. That's what instrumental variables does. Okay, so I hope you get some idea about instrumental variables. So now let's formally define what is an instrumental variable. A variable is said to be instrumental variable if two conditions are satisfied. One, that variable is uncorrelated with the error term. No correlation. And this property is called exclusion or validity condition. अगर वो भी error term के साथ correlated हो गया तो endogeneity की तो problem solve नहीं हुई. So if you want to solve the endogeneity problem, then the instrumental variable, let's call it Z, should not be correlated with your error term. And which Z I should take? The one which is relevant, that is correlated with your regressor, that is X. And that is called the relevance property of your instrumental variable. So instrumental variable which we are looking at should be a valid instrument and should be, relevant instrument. Any variable that satisfies these two conditions can be termed as an instrumental variable. In other words, variable Z is an instrumental variable if Z is not correlated with error term and Z is correlated with regressor X. Okay. The validity requirement says that the instrumental variable must not suffer from the same endogeneity problem as X does, and says that the instrumental variable must be closely correlated with X. तो हम क्या करेंगे, X को instrumental variable से replace कर देंगे, and then our endogeneity problem will be taken care of. In a panel model, if we include the specification of the lagged values of the dependent variable, then the resultant model is called dynamic panel model. And the presence of the lag term in the model creates endogeneity problem. As a consequence, our estimates will be biased, inconsistent, and will be inefficient. The way out is instrumental variables. That's what we have discussed so far in our discussion. Okay. And recall that instrumental variable Z is a variable which is not correlated with error term and which is correlated with regresses. Before we proceed further, anyone having any question? Nisha, any doubt? Any question?
No, sir. Thank you.
Sir, I have a small question.
Hello?
Yes, sir. Sir, I have a small
Yes,
question.
Nishant. Nishant, bolo.
Sir, this is there.
Nishant, you come first, and then Mohammed can take.
Okay, sir.
Can discuss
Sir,
later.
can we take the lag variables also in this model?
Lag of what?
Independent variables.
You can take. You can take. But that doesn't create a problem, you know.
Okay.
If you take YIT is equal to alpha plus beta YIT minus 1 plus beta 2xt plus beta 3 xit minus 1, अगर ये भी correlated नहीं है तो ये भी correlated नहीं होगा. They are all exogenous. लेकिन YIT जो है वो पिछली error term के साथ correlated है.
Yes.
और ये independent variable आ रहा है. So it's like X, which is correlated with the error term of the previous period and causing endogeneity. X की वजह से कोई problem. If you take lags of X, it's not a dynamic structure. Please understand that. Yes, yes, Ajay, Mohammed, please.
Yes, sir. Sir, I was asking that let's say we are taking the lagged values of dependent variable.
Right.
Lagged values. So the model will be called as dynamic model, right, sir?
Right.
But because we are taking the lagged values, so it will create the endogeneity problem, right,
Yes.
sir?
Yes.
So to remove that, we need to find one instrumental variable to remove this endogeneity problem.
Right.
But sir, if we are not able to find the instrumental variable, is there any way out, sir?
कोई way out नहीं
कुछ
है.
और भी
Instrumental variable तो आपको लेने पड़ेंगे. आज की
Okay.
तारीख में
Sir,
तो कोई way out नहीं है.
ओके सर, आप कोई एग्जांपल दे सकते हैं फाइनेंस में कि एक दो कोई भी इंस्ट्रूमेंटल वेरिएबल जो है एग्जिस्ट करते हैं, कोई भी मॉडल सर?
ऐसे नहीं है जो इंस्ट्रूमेंटल है. क्या इंस्ट्रूमेंटल वेरिएबल है वो हम डिस्कस करेंगे अभी. ऐसा नहीं है।
ओके सर, थैंक यू सर।
और
Thank you, sir.
इंस्ट्रूमेंटल वेरिएबल ढूंढना कोई आसान काम नहीं है, बहुत मुश्किल है।
हाँ, इसीलिए सर मैं पूछ रहा था, इसीलिए मैं देखिए वही सोच रहा था कि अगर कोई डायनामिक मॉडल है तो फाइनेंस में इंस्ट्रूमेंटल वेरिएबल कैसे ढूंढ पाएंगे सर?
लोगों ने काम किया है, कोशिश किया है इंस्ट्रूमेंटल वेरिएबल ढूंढने की, वो क्या है हम डिस्कस करेंगे।
ओके सर।
लोगों की रिसर्च ने हमारा काम आसान किया है, ऐसी बात नहीं है। एनीबॉडी एल्स? No? Right. So let's see what next. What next we are going to do is let's have a break of 15 minutes, and after the break we will come back again and continue discussing about dynamic panel. Okay?
Okay, sir.
मैं जरा ऊपर देख आता हूँ पानी है।
Sir, yes, we can start.
Okay. So friends, let's start with the smiling face. Learn with the smiling face. So, friends, before we go ahead, we note certain important things about dynamic panel data analysis. This is my dynamic panel data, and important thing to note is that the value of the beta which you have should have an absolute value less than 1. Only then you can reach to an equilibrium point, otherwise you cannot reach to an equilibrium point. So if the change is happening more than 1, then it might happen, then the series may explode. Okay, so if you have 1 unit change, then it will have more than 1 unit change, more than 1, more than 1, more than 1, and the series will explode. And that is not the desired property of a dynamic panel. The series should converge to some particular value. Only then you can get some long-term equilibrium relationship. And to get that, you have to assume a condition that the value of the absolute value of the beta should be less than 1. Only then you can have a meaningful and stable model. Okay? In this model, UI is not specifically assumed whether it is fixed or random. Given the realistic assumptions, we allow UI to be correlated with exogenous variables. And the moment you say they are correlated with exogenous variables, then we should go for fixed effect model. And about the error term, we have the usual assumption that UI error term are not correlated. And we are assuming that there is a strict exogeneity between XIT and error term. Keep these important points in your mind that beta value cannot be more than 1. That's 1. And we are working with the fixed effect model in the dynamic panel. And we are assuming that error term is not correlated with any X, and error term is not correlated with our heterogeneity, unit specific, unobserved cross-sectional heterogeneity. So these are what we are assuming about the dynamic model. And if we revisit our model of dynamic panel, you have this. And in order to take care of UIT, you can take a difference. And if you take a difference, what we get is this. Because the moment you take a difference, then this UI will be cancelled out. And that's how you take care of, fixed effect in your model. Now, do you see a problem here in this difference equation? This is my difference equation. Do you see any problem with this difference equation? This is your independent variable. Let's call it X star. And this will be correlated with the error term because of error EIT minus 1. So YIT minus 1 is correlated with error IT minus 1, and this causes endogeneity problem. And that I was hampering that if you do not take care of this, you will find a endogeneity problem, which we have to take care of. So as can be shown that this is correlated with this, and that creates endogeneity problem. Okay. And what if there is a correlation here, then we will find endogeneity problem that may give biased and inconsistent results. What is the way out? The way out is use instrumental variable. So the biggest challenge is how to obtain instrumental variable. That's one of the biggest challenge. And it is not that easy to get instrumental variables for the problem. But we are very fortunate, the kind of the progress or the kind of the research, kind of the development that's happening in the area of dynamic panel, we are able to get quickly, without any problem, instrumental variables. But fortunately, research in this area helps us in identifying instrumental variables, so we need not to struggle for the same. The development in this area suggests that two ways to address endogeneity problem in these dynamic models. One, build instrumental variables in levels. When I say level, that means I take Y as it is. Another is build instrumental variables in differences, that is delta Y. I think we should get more clarity here. If we ignore this, or apply fixed effect model, we may get biased and inconsistent results. And to avoid it, what we need to use instrumental variables, which can be introduced at level, that is at Y, or can be introduced at difference, delta Y. So how to get those Y's and how to get those delta Y's, that's again a challenge before us. Anderson and Chow, 1982, suggested that earlier period lags can be used as instrumental variables. For the following equation, this, which is the difference equation, they propose using either the first difference or level of the second lag of the dependent variable, that is this or this, as an instrument for delta YIT. Either you use at a level or at a difference. And that was one of the biggest contributions. They say, why you are searching here and there? The past or the earlier lags of my dependent variable can be used as an instrumental variable. Athar, do you get this? ये बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है ये. मेरे को कहीं ढूंढने की जरूरत नहीं है. Y के अर्लियर लैग से इंस्ट्रूमेंट का काम करेंगे. तो मुझे कोई ढूंढने की जरूरत नहीं है, कहीं जाने की जरूरत नहीं है. Y के जो previous data है, previous lags है, they can be used as an instrument variable. And that was one of the greatest contribution of these two persons. And in Stata, they suggested two commands.
But sir, excuse me, sir.
Yes, Dr. Devendra.
Sir, but in that case also, it may create endogeneity problems, sir.
कैसे करेगा?
Because sir, if you go to the previous slide, sir.
पहले वाली?
Sir, yes, sir.
एक second.
No, sir. model.
एक सेकंड, ये वाली?
No, sir. Just previous next one.
This one?
No, 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 no.
Hmm.
This one, sir. So here, sir, because del yt minus 1 is creating endogeneity problem, the reason is this yt minus 1 is related with this error term.
Change in error term, na? Change in error term is what?
Change in error term.
T minus ठीक है।
So
अब
yes,
ये
sir.
बताओ कि अगर मैं इंस्ट्रूमेंट यूज करूं, सपोज आई यूज वाई टी माइनस टू, तो क्या होगा? ये तो यहाँ पे नहीं है।
It is not here, but sir, indirectly it may be there.
कैसे बताओ?
Because this yt minus 2 is coming from this it may have some impact on yt minus 1.
It may have impact on
yt minus 1.
अच्छा, तो एरर टर्म से तो कोरिलेशन नहीं है ना? वाई टी
then
माइनस
through yt minus,
इस पे हो सकता है, पर एरर टर्म पे तो नहीं है ना?
but again through yt minus 1 it will go to the error term.
एरर टर्म में कैसे जाएगा?
Through yt minus 1, sir.
नहीं, ये तो कोरिलेटेड है। क्यों कोरिलेटेड है? क्योंकि वाई टी माइनस वन जब मैंने एस्टिमेट किया था तो इसमें एरर टर्म डिटर आई थी कि नहीं आई थी? बीच में कुछ है आपके?
Yes.
तो ये इस सॉरी, ठीक है, और यहाँ पे वाई टी माइनस टू है, ठीक है। तो वाई टी माइनस टू इस पे इम्पैक्ट कर रहा है और ये भी इस पे इम्पैक्ट कर रही है कि नहीं?
Yes.
डायरेक्शन देखो कहाँ से कहाँ एक कोरिलेशन जा रहा है। रिलेशनशिप इज मूविंग फ्रॉम हियर टू हियर and relationship is moving from here to here, right? तो मुझे बताओ कि इन दोनों में क्या रिलेशन है? रिलेशन थोड़ी है इन दोनों में, इन दोनों में तो कोई रिलेशन नहीं है ना। ये इसको इम्पैक्ट कर रही है और ये इसको इम्पैक्ट कर रही है, पर ये इसको इम्पैक्ट कर रही है, ये तो नहीं है ना? कहीं है, कहीं बताओ। Yes, Dr. Devendra.
I was thinking, sir, because all these terms are related.
Related.
You know, directly, indirectly.
ITs are related, but error term का बताओ ना मेरे को. Endogeneity is relation with the error term. YT minus 2 का ET minus 1 से क्या relation है? We have relation.
YT minus 1 and error term is related. YT minus 1 and this.
Right.
This.
वो तो related है. T minus 2.
And this YT minus 1 is related with YT minus 2.
हाँ.
So if there will be change in YT minus 2, then there will be change in YT minus 1.
हाँ, पर वो error हाँ.
Then again through YT minus 1 it will change to this error term.
नहीं, मुझे बताओ कि एरर टर्म YT minus 1 को डिटरमिन कर रही है या YT minus 1 एरर टर्म को डिटरमिन कर रहा है?
एरर टर्म YT minus 1 को डिटरमिन कर रहा है।
फिर तो क्या हो रहा है? YT minus 2 इसको डिटरमिन कर रहा है और ET-1 इसको डिटरमिन कर रहा है, पर इन दोनों के आपस में तो कोई रिलेशन नहीं है.
यस सर.
ठीक है. और इंस्ट्रूमेंटल वेरिएबल की क्या कंडीशन है? Not correlated. Suppose I call it Z, right? So correlated between Z and X, let's call it X for example, but not correlated with error term. तो ये error term से तो correlated नहीं है, लेकिन इससे correlated है, ये तो हम चाहती हैं.
यस सर.
और ये इंस्ट्रूमेंट की खासियत है. Friends, I think from our discussion with Dr. Devendra, you must be able to appreciate what we are saying and why the, earlier lag of dependent variable can be used as instrument.
Yes, sir. Just a little doubt here. So we are considering that the dynamic model is only one period lag. I mean, the relation is only with one lag period. If suppose there are the lags that are impacting the dependent variable are more than one, then we will take a previous lag where we see that the
नया हम previous नहीं लेंगे, हम उतना छोड़ के लेंगे.
हाँ, वो ही छोड़ के उसके नेक्स्ट वाला उतने
हाँ.
छोड़ के उसका एक प्रीवियस.
हाँ.
ओके ओके.
ठीक है ना? Anybody else?
सर जो आपने समझाया ये तो समझ में आ गया सर कि एक छोड़ करके जो नेक्स्ट वाला लेग होगा हमारा लेग 2, उसको अगर हम कंसिडर करेंगे तो हमारा जो उसको हम इंस्ट्रूमेंटल वेरिएबल कंसिडर करेंगे और एंडोजेनिटी की प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हो जाएगी, राइट सर?
हाँ हाँ.
सर ऐसा कोई रिटन मॉडल है जो आपने इस तरह से लिख रखा हो जहाँ पे लाइक डायनामिक मॉडल है?
वही तो है ना,
और
इनका जो पेपर है एंडरसन चाउ का, उन्होंने प्रूव किया है ना.
ओके सर, I'll go through the paper.
I will share with you the reference in detail.
Okay, thank you sir, thank you.
हाँ, ये इनकी बहुत बड़ा कंट्रीब्यूशन था. इन्होंने प्रूव किया है कि अर्लियर पीरियड lags can be used as instrumental variable.
So that is why I'm very interested in it because मैंने अभी तक नहीं सुना था कि ऐसे इसको हम एज एन इंस्ट्रूमेंटल वेरिएबल कंसीडर कर सकते हैं. अभी तक यही था कि वी हैव टू फाइंड वन इंस्ट्रूमेंटल वेरिएबल. दैट इज वेरी डिफिकल्ट इन फाइनेंस.
राइट. अदर सिचुएशन बताओ, ये डायनामिक पैनल के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में कह रहा है.
यस सर, आई एम गेटिंग इट. यस सर.
अगर आपके कोई और मॉडल में इंडोजेनिटी की प्रॉब्लम है और वहां पे अगर आपको इंस्ट्रूमेंटल वेरिएबल ढूंढना है तो वहां पे लैग्स वगैरह का कोई कंसेप्ट नहीं लगेगा.
यस सर, यस सर, यस सर, राइट.
तो वहां तो आपको मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी, ढूंढना पड़ेगा. ये तो फॉर्चुनेटली डायनामिक में हमें प्रीवियस पीरियड के लैग्स इंस्ट्रूमेंटल काम कर रहे हैं. ठीक है सर.
यस सर, यस सर.
And SCADA command for Anderson SU estimator is this. And normally we don't use it because here you have to give the instrumental variable. It doesn't take automatically instrumental variable. So nowadays we hardly use this kind of a command. There are some problems with use of Anderson Shaw estimators, hence normally we don't use them. We have to specify and define instrumental variables. Another problem which is cited by Arduino Bond 1991, they showed that the Anderson-Chow estimator delivers consistent but not efficient estimates of the parameters in the model. So the estimates suggested by Anderson and Chow, they are consistent but not efficient. And this is due to the fact that instrumental variables does not exploit all available movement conditions. And how to take care of this problem? for that, they suggest we should go for estimation, which is exploiting the movement conditions. So we are looking for an estimator which is consistent and efficient. And Anderson-Chow estimators are consistent, but they are not efficient. So we are not happy with them. We are looking for something different. Okay. Then Bond suggested what is called generalized methods of movement, that is GMM. And starting point for this estimator is take the first difference and then introduce instrumental variables. Like they say that for time period 1, that's beginning. Time period 2, that's period 1. No instruments are available, but you start getting valid instrument from the 3 period onwards. Delta I2 will give me 11. यानी difference के लिए वो level instrumental variable suggest कर रहे हैं. And if you are having 4 periods, then you can use I2, I1, 2 variables as instrumental variables. And for I4, you will use 3, 2, and 1, and like this.
Sir, why it is called this GMM? Can you go back to the previous slide?
वहाँ नहीं मिलेगा आंसर इसका.
Sir, please explain.
मुझे बताओ कि इंस्ट्रूमेंटल वेरिएबल के लिए क्या कंडीशन है, जेट क्या होना चाहिए?
It should be related to the previous lag.
It should be correlated with X.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Right?
Yes, sir.
And it should not be correlated with
Error term.
ये क्या है? कोवेरियंस कौन सा मोमेंट कहलाता है? नेहा, सनी. It's a first order moment or second order moment?
Second order.
Second
order, sir.
Second order. ठीक है? अब तुम देखो.
Sir.
Number 1. Suppose I take a instrumental variable as yi1, error term 1, that should be 0. Second, covariance between yi2, error term 0. तो तुम्हारे जो एस्टिमेट है वो सारी कंडीशन सेटिस्फाई करना चाहिए कि नहीं करना चाहिए? So you will estimate your parameters in such a manner that all moment conditions with instrumental variables are satisfied. And that's why it is called generalized
method of moments.
Method of moments, GMM.
Got it, sir. Thank you so much.
अगर आप 10 इंस्ट्रूमेंट यूज कर रहे हो तो 10 के 10 का एरर टर्म के साथ कोरिलेशन 0 होना चाहिए. तो जब आप एस्टिमेट करोगे तो उन कंडीशन को सेटिस्फाई करोगे. So that's a method which satisfies this movement conditions is called your GMM. ठीक है ना? OLS में तो हमारा कोई movement condition satisfy करते ही नहीं है. What we say, minimize square of sum of square of the error term. इसमें कोई movement है ही नहीं.
Yes, sir.
So that's not movement generating method. But here to get the valid, instruments, you have to ensure that all the instruments should have zero correlation with the error term. ठीक है? कई बार मुझसे लोग पूछते हैं कि भाई सर हमें तो जीएमएम लगाना है अपने मॉडल में। भाई क्यों लगाना है जीएमएम अपने मॉडल में? फिक्स इफेक्ट के अंदर जीएमएम मॉडल लगाओगे आप? रैंडम इफेक्ट में मॉडल लगाओगे? क्यों नहीं लगाओगे? वहां पे कोई मूवमेंट कंडीशन है ही नहीं, कोई रिस्ट्रिक्शन है ही नहीं मूवमेंट्स की। फिक्स इफेक्ट मॉडल में डिफरेंस लिया, विद इन एस्टिमेटर किया, खत्म। To get the valid instrument variables, we have movement conditions which we have to satisfy. And note, instrumental variables are all defined at levels. Assume that regressor X are correlated with the error term. Then it will create endogeneity problem and gives inconsistent estimates. So we need instrumental variables Z so that the expected value of Z cross error term is 0. And this provide unconditional population movement conditions which have to be satisfied. Estimators satisfying this condition for the sample data are called GMM estimators. ठीक है? हिमानी, are you there?
Yes, sir.
हिमानी, लोग कहते हैं मेरे को जीएमएम अप्लाई करना। भाई क्यों करना है? कोई मूवमेंट कंडीशन है उनके मॉडल में, उन्हें पता तो होना चाहिए। लोग कहते हैं कि सर वो जीएमएम पे एक वर्कशॉप करा दो ताकि हम अपने मॉडल में जीएमएम लगा ले। भाई क्यों लगा लो? कोई रीजन तो होना चाहिए ना उसका। ऐसे ब्लाइंडली थोड़ी लगा लोगे जीएमएम।
हाँ जी सर।
Dynamic में we have a reason for it, because in dynamic we are looking for instrumental variables, and those instrument variables should satisfy these movement conditions, and therefore we have GMM estimates. Error bond estimators are known as the difference GMM, because they are looking for instrumental variables for difference equations. They are called difference GMM estimators as they use instrumental variables for the first difference equations, which takes care of the individual specific effects. That is to say, in it, the instrumental variables are defined for difference variables or difference equations. And in this case, the instrumental variable which we introduce, they are introduced at level. Right? Later on, it was found that error bond may be problematic. These estimators may be one-step error bond estimator or two-step error model. So from one step, they get the estimates which they used in the second step. By doing that, they get more efficient estimators. So most of the software these days allows you to have a two-step estimator, because in the two-step estimator, we are making more use of information. More information is being used and giving us more efficient estimator. So one step के estimate को हम second में use करते हैं, और फिर we get what is called two-step error bond estimator, which are more efficient. So given a choice between one-step versus two-step estimators, we should go for two because they are more efficient. And then for Arduino bond estimators, we have XTA bond command. And again, this is creating some problem. And of course, for over identification, we use Sargon test. And what is over identification? If the number of parameters to be estimated are more than the number of equations, then model is not identified. I mean, if you look at in terms of the number of equations and unknown variables, x plus y is equal to 10. The estimated variables x and y are more than the number of equations, then model is not properly identified and you cannot determine it. If the number of parameters estimated are just equal to the number of equations, then it is exactly identified. If the number of parameters to be estimated are less, suppose you have x plus y is equal to 10, 2x plus 3y is equal to 20, 5x plus y is equal to 8, 2 unknown, 3 equations, then the model is called the over-identified model. And whether the instrumental variables which are using are more than what is that required, then we say we have over-identification problem. And whether the instrumental variables which we have used, they are more than what are required, that you can identify by making use of what is called Sargon test. Okay, more of it, we will go for it. And again, there is a problem with the XTA bond command. And you may use time dummies to remove time-related shocks in the error. Should we use different GMM estimators, Arduino bond estimator? The answer is no. And you might be wondering why I'm saying no. Different GMM estimators may be biased and imprecise because of the double lag level instruments are used for difference equations. So what is the way out? The Blundell-Bond 1988 suggested that instruments used in the first difference GMM estimator become less informative in two important cases. First, as the value of the autoregressive parameters increases towards unity, and second, as the variance of the individual specific effect increases related to the variance of transitory shocks in the error. And they also say that different GMM estimators are weak instrumental variables and hence less efficient. Weak instrumental variable means the correlation between the covariance between X and the instrument is low. तो Arduino bond में भी प्रॉब्लम है. अब उस प्रॉब्लम का क्या सॉल्यूशन है, right? So what is the solution for it? Arduino Boover 1995 and Blundell-Bond 1988 criticize different GMM estimators as they provide weak instruments. They are less efficient. They may be biased and imprecise. So what is the way out? This way out is use system GMM estimators. So when I say system, I mean system of equations. And they suggested you should use two equations in your estimation. One, level equation. second difference equation. For level equation, use difference estimator, difference level instrument variables, and for difference equation, use level instrument variables. So if you use two equations and use both of them simultaneously, you're making use of more information, and the estimate based on more information is considered to be efficient estimator. So from difference estimator, we move to system estimators. So presently what we have, the best available estimator is a system GMM estimator. That is the best that exists as of now. Kya hoga kal, 5 saal baad, 2 saal baad, you may come out with some better estimator. I don't know, but till now, system GMM estimators are best for dynamic panels. So now let's move to system GMM estimators. So we have two equations, one at the level, one at the difference. And the advantage is you have more information, allows more instrumental variables. For the level equation, we introduce like differences as instrumental variables. And for difference equation, we use like levels instrumental variables. So level के लिए difference instrumental variables, and for difference के लिए level instrumental variables. So you have the original level equation and the first difference transformed equation. And it is designed for dynamic short panels and making use of forward orthogonal deviations. What is it? We shall be discussing shortly. Instruments must be exogenous and should not be greater than n. Otherwise, you will have over-identification problem, which you can check by making use of Sargent test. Endogenous variables due to the joint determination with the dependent variable that you have to look at, and heteroscedasticity within but not across them, autocorrelation within group but not across them. So these conditions can also be taken care of by system GMM. So this gentleman has developed a command which is called XT-DPD GMM, XT for panel, DPD for dynamic panel data, GMM, which is generalized method of moment estimation of linear dynamic data panels. And that's what is being used these days for estimation of dynamic panel. And we shall concentrate on it, and that's our next item of agenda. Pratik, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm here only.
So about this XT-DPD GMM command, Pratik will take over from me and discuss with you in detail about this particular command. But I'm here. If any one of you have any doubt, we will keep those doubts in between. But before Pratik takes over, any questions if you have? Imani, can you give the right of
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
to Pratik?
Sir, I have given the rights.
Okay, Pratik, you share your screen.
Right, sir. I'll now share my screen, and I, in fact, would like to request Himani ma'am to please share the files which I have mailed to her with all the participants.
Yeah.
So that
Give me a minute only.
Sir, meanwhile, can I ask a question?
Yes, yes, do that. We are here.
सर कुछ ऐसा हो रहता है कि डायनामिक पैनल के लिए मिनिमम ईयर्स ऑफ डाटा इतना होना चाहिए, 10 ईयर्स का या कुछ 8 ईयर्स का?
जितना ज्यादा हो उतना अच्छा रहता है। अगर आपने 2-3 साल का लिया है तो वो जो तुम्हारे इंस्ट्रूमेंटल वेरिएबल्स हैं वो प्रॉपर नहीं हो पाएंगे।
ओके सर, इफ इट इज
डिफरेंस
8 ईयर,
इक्वेशन में सारे खत्म हो जाएगा। तो
ठीक है।
बेटर यही है कि 9-10 साल हो तो अच्छा रहता है।
ओके सर।
मजबूरी है 5-6 साल भी चल जाएगा, पर 2-3 साल में प्रॉब्लम आती है क्योंकि डिफरेंस में सारे खत्म हो जाते हैं ना, आपको फ्रीडम नहीं मिलती है।
ओके, थैंक यू।
Anybody else?
Dear participants, I have sent all the files. You can check your mail.
Ma'am, you have just sent it or
Yeah,
the
yeah.
yesterday files?
No. Yesterday, I sent it today morning and just now.
Okay.
So friends, I hope now you get more clarity about the dynamic panel. And if you remember the day one when I started my presentation, I said understanding is very, very important. And our focus throughout these 3 days is on make you understanding the ideas and the concepts. And if you get understanding, I tell you, you will be becoming more confident about what you do. Yes, Pratik, please.
Okay, so
share your
screen. I suppose I've shared my screen.
But we are not able to see it.
Okay, I'll just do that once again. Meanwhile, I would like to just clarify this to all the participants that there are 4 files which you must have received. There is a logs data file. There is an Excel file which contains the data set which we'll be discussing. And then there is a Word doc which contains description of the syntax of XTDPT-GMM, and then there is a PPT as well which contains 2 slides corresponding to the references for studying static as well as dynamic panel data analysis. So you must have received all these 4 files just now. So please download all these 4 files. CP sir, how much time do we have? Till what time can we go on?
Up to 7.
Okay.
And friends, it's not one time, and you think that in one day of 3-4 hours you will get everything. It takes time, but we try our best to give you as much as possible. But you have to do a lot of job at your end and a lot of practice at your end to get the required results. And there is no shortcut in the learning process. You have to sit on the computer, practice, experiment. Only then you can come out with the results. So please share your screen.
Yes, sir. Yes, I'll just do that. Actually, my laptop is creating some problem. The screen is blinking. So
Can I share my screen and you can read that?
But then finally I'll have to share my screen because then I have to run the command and show the output to the participants. Just give me a few seconds. I'll just settle this down.
So in the meantime, I share my screen, right?
Okay.
And for implementing XTDPT-GMM command in this data, you have to install it either by using this command if it is connected with internet. Directly, you can do it using this command in this data, or you can download from this particular site. net install XT DPD GMM. So friends, please install this in your system, and I can show you how can you do that. Is C install XTDPD GMM, and that's how the command will be installed.
All right, so now I have shared my screen with all the participants. I hope it is visible to everyone now, and we'll pick up from where sir has just left. Okay, so right, I hope all of you have installed this command xtdptgmm, and like sir has just told you, there are two ways of installing this command. However, the preferred way is to install this command with the command which you see below, because so in this way you will be able to download the latest version of this command directly through the website of the author. Right, so I request everyone to please install this command. In case you haven't, just type net install xtdptgmm from www.crepavcans.de/stata. So you just copy this text and paste it in your command box and press enter. All right, let's move forward now. So this is the standard syntax of the command xtdptgmm. And in order to run any command, we need to understand the syntax, all the available options and features along with their meaning and implication. And that shall be the agenda for all of us for the next hour or so. Right. So let us begin with a problem itself, and we'll try and prepare a model and run that model using xtdptgmm to solve this problem. And the problem in front of us is we need to find out the determinants of cash holdings of a particular firm. So what do I mean by cash holdings? Cash and cash equivalents divided by total assets. And we need to find out that what are the factors which affect cash holdings of a firm in any given particular year. And let us say from the theory, I have three independent variables which I have come to know that they determine cash holdings. One is profitability. So I expect firms which have a higher profitability to have more cash holdings, other things being constant. Then the second factor is liquidity. Now, what do I mean by liquidity here? Current assets minus cash and current assets minus current liabilities minus cash and cash equivalents divided by total assets. So in a way, it is non-cash net working capital of the firm. So non-cash net working capital of the firm divided by total assets. And what is the expected relationship which I have for liquidity and cash holdings? It is that higher the liquidity, lower will be the cash holdings, because all of these non-cash non-cash items corresponding to the net working capital, they serve as a substitute to cash and cash equivalents. Right, and that is why if let us suppose I have more such non-cash net working capital in my firm, then I can expect that firm to hold a lower level of cash. And then finally, there is another factor called size, which I believe can impact cash holdings. So the direction of the relationship in this case is that higher the size, lower will be the cash holdings, because cash holdings have economies of scale. So as a proportion of your total assets, you shall be requiring lesser and lesser cash holdings as your firm size increases. because the manner or the scale at the pace which your firm size increases, the requirement for cash doesn't increase at that pace, right? So higher the size, lower will be the cash holdings. And finally, the fact that we shall be applying dynamic panel estimation to this model is because we believe that the lagged values of cash holdings impact the current values of cash holdings. And why do I say so? Because cash holdings, it has been proven theoretically as well as it has been shown empirically that cash holdings follow a mean reverting process, which means that firms usually have a target level of cash holdings which they are trying to chase. For example, let us say that the optimal level of cash holdings for a given firm as determined by the management is 2% of assets. Okay. So now let us suppose a firm is operating at 1.5% of cash holdings as part of its total assets. So currently the proportion of cash holdings in total assets is 1.5%. So now what will the firm try and do in the next period with regard to cash holdings? The firm will try and increase its cash holdings as much as possible in order to attain the target of 2%, which it has determined to be its optimal level of cash. So which means that the level of cash holdings which I have today is determining the cash holdings that I would like to have in the next period. And since I just told you that in the current period the cash holdings is 1.5%, so you can very well expect the cash holdings of this particular firm to increase, to go beyond, to be higher than 1.5% in the next period, because that is what the management will try to do. It will try and chase the target of 2%. Now similarly, let us take the other case now. Let us suppose the same firm is now operating at 2.5% of cash holdings as part of its total assets. So now what do you expect to happen to the cash holdings in the next period? You expect the cash holdings to now go down, because if the firm is operating at 2.5%, whereas the target level is 2%, the management will try and
So you are not audible.
Yes, no voice.
So you are not audible.
Some issue with Pratik's audio.
Excuse me, sir.
Hello, Pratik, are you facing some problem? Gaurav, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
गौरव प्रतीक को एक बार को होस्ट बना दो शायद.
Yes, I'm making him host. Done, ma'am.
Pratik, now you are co-host. I think now the problem should be solved.
I guess, ma'am, he's facing some issues with his internet. You can call CP Gupta sir once.
CP Gupta sir is on call only. He
Okay,
is
okay.
calling Pratik.
Okay.
क्या कह रहे हो?
सर आपने प्रतीक को कॉल किया?
हाँ, वो कह रहा है कि टाइम आउट दिखा रहा है मेरे को.
टाइम आउट?
हाँ.
आप उससे को एक बार दोबारा से लॉग इन कर लेगा. अब उसको co-host बना दिया सर.
ठीक है, ठीक है, ठीक है.
Hello, am I audible now?
Yes, Prateek, now you are audible. Now you are co-host. Now you have all the rights.
Okay, thank you so much. So I actually couldn't figure out why I got disconnected. So, the screen was showing that your session has timed out. So I don't know what just happened.
Prateek, we have a time restriction also, so be careful.
Okay.
So that before system gets closed, we are able to find it up.
Okay, Prateek, you can continue now.
Is my screen visible to all of you?
Yes. Your screen is visible.
Okay, ma'am, could you please just let me know at what point did I get disconnected? Did I discuss this slide, determinants of cash holdings?
You were on the lag of cash holdings. Why the lag of cash holdings is important?
Acha, okay. So the other three factors I have discussed, na? Profitability, liquidity, size.
Yeah, you have discussed.
Okay. All right. So now you're talking about this model in which we are trying to find out determinants of cash holdings. So let us discuss why do we believe that lag of cash holdings affect cash holdings. So now, friends, theoretically, it has been proven, and empirically also it has been shown that the lagged value has an impact on the current value of cash holdings, because cash holdings usually have an optimal level for a given firm. So every firm has a target level of cash holdings which it tries to chase, and in this process the current level of cash holdings will determine the cash holdings in the next period. For example, let us say that the target level of cash holdings of a particular firm is 2%, that is 2% of total assets, and the firm is currently operating at 1.5%. So now in the next period we can very well expect the management to try and increase the level of cash from 1.5% and move closer to 2%. Now let us take the other case. So let us suppose the same firm is operating at 2.5%, and now what do you expect the cash holdings in the next period to be? You expect the cash holdings to be lower than 2.5% so that the firm can actually move closer towards its target of 2%.
Sorry
so
to
in this manner,
the screen sharing is stopped.
Just hold on. Is it visible now?
Yes, but yeah,
Yes,
this
now.
it is visible now. Yeah, you can continue.
Okay. Right. So yeah, so in this way we can understand that cash holdings follow a mean reverting process, whereby the cash holdings in the T period will have an impact on cash holdings in T+1 period. Any doubts up till now here?
So from
Okay.
theory, we have a negative relation between these two.
Sorry?
From theory, we get a negative relation between lag and cash holdings.
No. So, always remember that whenever a particular variable is following a mean reverting process, whenever it is following a dynamic data generating process, the coefficient of the lag will always come out to be positive. Why? Because this variable has persistence in its behavior, which means that, this particular variable will not be able to move towards its target in just one shot. There shall be some persistence which will stop this variable from directly coming onto its optimal level, because of which this variable will actually take a few periods to reach its optimal target. And that is why the cash holdings which you have today, some part of it, at least some part of it, will get retained in the next period as well. So for example, let us suppose that the firm is operating currently at 1.5% level of cash holdings as part of its total asset.
Sir, your screen is not visible.
Sorry?
Your screen is not visible.
No, it's visible. It's fine. It's visible. I think it was visible.
Prateek, it's visible.
Now it is not visible.
Is it visible now?
No, no,
Yes,
now
it's
it's not.
visible now.
Yes,
Now it
now
is
it's
visible.
visible.
Visible, sir. It is visible.
Pratik, just put it full screen.
Yeah, I'll just do that.
Yeah.
Is it visible?
Yeah, yeah, now it's visible.
Yes, it is.
Right. Right. Yeah, just hold on. Hello. ठीक है sir. Right. So yeah. So I was just saying that there will be some part of your dependent variable which will definitely get retained. It will persist in the next period as well. Okay, and that is why you expect a positive sign for the coefficient of your lagged dependent variable. Is it clear, everyone?
Yes, it's clear.
Okay. So let's move forward. So what we'll do now is that we'll straight away go to Stata and try and implement XTDPT GMM in order to estimate this model. Okay. So right. So just open Stata, go to File, and import this Excel file which I have sent to all of you. The name of the file is dataset for determinants of cash holdings. Right. So just double click on that file, import first row as variable names, and click OK. Has everyone opened this file?
Yes.
Okay, so now the first step whenever we try to work with panel data is that we first set our data in the panel format. So for that we'll write xt set company ID because that is our cross-sectional ID. Then we will type year and we'll press enter, and in this way we have set our data set in the panel format, and we have told Stata that company ID is my cross-sectional ID and year is the ID for time. And as you can see, Stata is saying that this data is unbalanced. Why? Because there are missing values in this data set. Okay. All right. Now, I hope all of you have installed the command xtdpt gmm, because only then you shall be able to run it. And in order to understand its syntax, what I'll do is that I'll simply copy the command that we are going to run from the do file which I have sent you, and I'll paste it here in the command box, and we'll discuss each and every feature in each and every option of this command one by one. Okay.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
From where you have copied this command, do we need to open this file in Stata for copying this command?
Absolutely. Yes, you need to open this do file in Stata. So just right click on the file, click on open.
Just a minute. We have to import this file also?
No, you don't have to import it. If you just double click on it, this file will get opened. I'll just show you how this file looks. This file looks like this. Okay, so this file looks like this, and I've copied the command which is mentioned at line number 19. I have copied the command which is written in line number 19. So you can copy that command.
I'm not able to see where this file is. I'm not able to get it from where you are showing this.
You must have received it in your mail, no? Just now with the Excel file as well?
Yeah.
You can directly open the file. It is a Stata file.
Yeah, it is a Stata file. You can open it directly. Okay, so right. So now let us try and understand how the command works. So
how do you see the copy option is not?
Sorry?
Sir, yes, sir, I've got.
Please come again.
I've solved.
Okay. So I hope everyone has been able to copy and paste this command in the command box. So now let us try and discuss one by one each and every option and feature of this command. So in order to call the command, we'll simply write the name of the command xtdpt gmm wherein XT stands for panel because X stands for cross section, T stands for time, DPD stands for dynamic panel data, and GMM stands for generalized method of movements, because unlike OLS, this command will be using GMM as its estimator. Okay, so we write the name of the command XT DPD GMM, then space, then the variable which we have to write is our dependent variable. Okay, so after the name of the command, we'll write the name of the dependent variable, that is cache holdings 1. You can directly call this variable from the variable list which is present on the right hand side. Okay, so like this you can just call this variable cache holdings 1, and after the dependent variable we have to start writing the independent variables now. Okay, so now the first independent variable in our case is the lag of the dependent variable, that is lag of cache holdings, because we just discussed that cache holdings follow a dynamic data generating process wherein the lag of the dependent variable affects its current value. Okay, so after writing L is the lag operator, L dot cache holdings 1. This is my first independent variable. Now I start writing the other independent variables, which are size, liquidity, and profitability. So size 1, liquidity 1, profitability 1. Now after writing all the variables, okay, after writing all the variables, including the dependent as well as all the independent variables, we have to give a comma. And why is this comma given? In order to tell Stata that now we shall be specifying the options of this command. Okay, the options which are available in this command shall be specified after the comma. Okay, okay. So now the first option that I am giving here is two-step, because sir just discussed with you that two-step estimation procedure is more efficient than one-step estimation procedure because it gives you lower standard errors. So by default, as a standard practice, you can use two-step GMM estimator, and this is what we have done here as well. I have written two-step in order to run the two-step estimation procedure for obtaining my standard errors. Then I have written VCE bracket start cluster company ID bracket close. Now this I have written in order to take care, in order to address any issues arising out of heteroscedasticity and autocorrelation in my error term. And this again, as a matter of fact, is a standard practice that we usually cluster our standard errors on the cross-sectional ID with which we are working, so that our standard errors are adjusted for any issues arising out of heteroscedasticity and autocorrelation. So this is what we write: VCE bracket start cluster space company ID, which is the cross-sectional ID, and then I close the bracket. Then the next option which I have given here in this command is T effects. So now imagine that I have data corresponding to 16 years, and in each year there will be cross-section invariant variables, for example macroeconomic variables, which will tend to affect my dependent variable. For example, interest rate. Now interest rate in the economy is a cross-section invariant variable because it does not vary across cross-sectional units, that is companies, but it does vary across time. Okay, so now interest rates, when they are lower, you can expect firms to hold higher levels of cash because the opportunity cost of holding cash in such cases is lower as compared to an environment of high interest rates. Because interest rates, what do they imply? They imply the opportunity cost of holding cash. So now if the opportunity cost of holding cash is low, if the interest rates are low, you can expect cash holdings to be high. Whereas if the interest rates are high, you can expect cash holdings to be low because the opportunity cost of holding cash is high. So, this is just an example of a cross-section invariant variable which might affect my dependent variable. There might also be other cross-section invariant variables which can be macroeconomic or non-macroeconomic in nature, which can affect my dependent variable, that is cash holdings. Now, how do I control for all such variables in one shot? It is through the use of time dummies, right? You must have studied the use of time dummies while, sir would have discussed fixed effects estimation with you. So time dummies help us to control the impact of cross-section invariant variables in one shot. And this is what we are trying to do now in this command as well by using this option T effects, that is time effects. Can anyone please confirm if I'm audible?
Yes, Pratik, you are audible.
Yes, sir. Yes, you are audible.
Okay, great, great. And also my screen, I hope, is visible to all of you.
Yes, yes.
Okay, okay. See, at any point in time, if you have any question, you can simply unmute yourself and you can ask your question. Okay. So time effects, like I just told you, inclusion of time dummies in our model in order to control for all the impact, which these cross-section invariant variables might have on my dependent variable. And also, conceptually, we must understand that why is it advisable for us to include time effects, whether we are working with fixed effects or dynamic manual estimation models. The reason is that if these time dummies are not included in our model, then where will they go? They will go in the error term, and they will cause omitted variables bias in our estimates, in our beta estimates. Because it is more than likely that these variables which are cross-section invariant in nature, any of these variables might actually be correlated with the existing independent variables in the model, and to that extent, they tend to satisfy both the conditions of omitted variable bias. Number one, they have an impact on our dependent variable, and number two, they are potentially correlated with any of our independent variables present in the model. So now, since they tend to satisfy both these conditions of causing omitted variable bias, it is always advisable to include them in our to include time dummies in our model, so that their impact, their consolidated impact on the dependent variable can be controlled for. Okay, so now this is what we have done here. I have written T effects. Okay, then see, CP sir just told you that system GMM is actually a combination of two equations, two models being solved simultaneously. One is the model in levels, and the other is the model in first difference. Okay, so there are two equations, level equation and first difference equation. And what happens is that in the levels equation, the first differenced values serve as instruments, whereas in the first differenced equation, the level values serve as the instruments. And in fact, to be more specific, let me tell you that for the levels equation, it is the lagged first difference values. Okay, the lagged first difference values which serve as instruments, and for the first difference equation, it is the lagged level values which serve as instruments. So now what we'll do is that in our command, we will specify instruments for both the first difference equation as well as the levels equation. Okay, and this is what we will now do one by one for each of our independent variables, starting with the lag of cash holdings. So see, what I have written here is GMM IV. This is the syntax which you have to follow. This is the name of the sub option which is given by the author in the command in order to specify instruments for either the level model or the first difference model. So now, since I'm starting to specify instruments for both of the equations one by one, so I will call this sub option GMM IV. I will start the bracket and I will first write L dot cash holdings 1. Now, in order to decide what shall be the valid starting lag for a particular independent variable, we need to figure out that whether this particular independent variable is endogenous or predetermined or exogenous in nature. So very quickly, let me tell you that a predetermined variable is a variable which is correlated, which shares a correlation with the lagged error term. So for example, see L dot cash holdings. So I will just go back to the PPT in order to make this clear. So I will just
Pratik, one of the participants asked me a question about how do we define lags in Stata. I don't know who are the.
Right.
So to define lags, you have to write capital L dot.
Yeah, that is what we did in our command also, capital L dot. So if you are writing L dot, it means that you are specifying the first lag. Let us suppose in case you want to specify the second lag, then you would write L2 dot. Okay, right. So I was not talking about the predetermined variables. What are they? So
I hope, Leela, you got the answer to your question. Okay, thank you, Leela.
okay. So friends, just look at this model. So this model I have defined at time t minus 1 as well as at t. So now have a look at this particular variable yt minus 1, because we need to decide that, whether this particular variable is predetermined or endogenous in nature. So like I just told you that a predetermined variable is one which shares a correlation with the past error term of the previous period. Okay, so now see, yt minus 1, will it share a potential correlation with et minus 1? The answer is yes. Why? Because look at this equation at point t minus 1. See, what is happening is that et minus 1 is nothing but the residual of yt minus 1 itself. After specifying all the independent variables, you get et minus 1, because the explanation which all of these independent variables are doing for yt minus 1, after that explanation has been done, what is left? The unexplained variance, the unexplained part of yt minus 1. And what is that unexplained part? Where is that unexplained part displayed in the model? It is displayed by the error term. The error term is signifying that unexplained part. So ultimately et minus 1 is nothing but a residual of yt minus 1 itself. So in that sense, we can very well expect yt minus 1 to be correlated with yt minus 1. So et minus 1 will be correlated with yt minus 1, and that is why we say that yt minus 1 is in fact a predetermined variable. So on the basis of theory, you can also argue whether any other such variable is also predetermined in your model or not. But for the time being, I have justified to all of you that why are we considering yt minus 1 as a predetermined variable, which is also in a way generally the case whenever we are working with dynamic panel models. The lag of the dependent variable is considered to be a predetermined variable because of its correlation with which it shares with the error term of the previous period. Any doubts up till here? Okay, so I'll come back to stata now. So L dot cache holdings is a predetermined variable, and now always remember that for a predetermined variable, the lags which you specify for the first differential equation start from 1. So I will now, after writing the name of the variable, I will again put a comma in order to tell stata that now I'll be specifying the options for this GMM IV bracket. So I will now put the comma and write lag, that is lag, because I want to now specify the starting as well as the ending lag length for L dot cache holdings. So always remember that for a predetermined variable, you start the lag length with 1, and in this case, I am going up till period 4. Now you must be wondering that why have I used 4 as the ending lag length. So see, to answer this question, let me tell you the choice of the ending lag length is arbitrary. It depends on your assumption and on your subjective judgment which you have regarding the number of steps which you would like to move back in the time to ensure that you find valid instruments such that they share a strong correlation with the variable for which they are being used. So I believe that if I go 4 lakhs, if I go 4 lakhs behind, so let us say if I go 4 periods back, up till 4 periods back into my time horizon, the values which I'll have for lag of cash holdings, they will tend to serve as a strong instrument for this predetermined variable, that is L dot cash holdings. So this is again to an extent very subjective. Any researcher can very well take this value to be 2 or 3 or 5, but then again theoretically you just have to make a judgment as to how many periods do you want to go back for finding valid instruments, for finding valid lags which might actually share a strong correlation with the variable for which they are being instrumented. Okay, so currently I have taken it to be 4. Then the next sub option I am writing here is model, and it is important for us to tell Stata in the command itself that these lags have to be used for which equation, for which model, because like I just told you, there are 2 equations which are getting solved simultaneously in system GMM estimator, levels and difference. So initially what we'll do is that we will first specify instruments for the difference equation. So that is why I have written model diff. Okay, so this is about the GMMIV bracket for L dot cash holdings, which is a predetermined variable. I have used lags 1 to 4 for the difference model. Then now I open the next bracket for the next variable, that is size. Okay, and now for size, I am assuming that size is an endogenous variable. Now, why am I taking size to be an endogenous variable? So first of all, what is an endogenous variable in the first place? An endogenous variable is a variable which is correlated with the contemporaneous error term. Okay, so let me just quickly tell you what do I mean by this. So let us suppose this is my model. Okay, there are other independent variables as well, and then there is error term. Okay, so now see, how can size be an endogenous variable? How can it lead to endogeneity bias? See, size is a variable which is supposed to increase with time, because as time passes, usually firms grow in size, but then there are potentially other independent variables as well sitting in the error term, which actually might be determining YT, as well as they might actually be correlated with size. Let me give you an example. Let us suppose number of employees. Now see, why do number of employees will affect YT, that is cash holdings? Because more the number of employees, more is the salary that you have to give to them, and that is why more likely you will be holding a higher amount of cash in your kitty all the time. But then these number of employees, obviously they're correlated with size as well, because as the firm grows in size, the total assets as they go on increasing, the number of employees also go on increasing. So to that extent, this variable number of employees, which is currently sitting in the error term, is correlated with the independent variable which is currently present here in my equation, and also this omitted variable is affecting my dependent variables. So to now that extent, size might actually be an endogenous variable, because it is more likely that it shall be correlated with the error term, because number of employees is currently sitting in the error term. I have not included this variable in my model, so that is why it is sitting in the error term, and because of its presence in the error term, the size variable which is currently in my equation will be correlated with the error term. So in this way I can argue theoretically that there might in fact be more such variables which might actually be correlated with size, which are currently sitting in the error term, which are making size to be an endogenous variable. Because ultimately, what is an endogenous variable? Endogenous variable is a variable which is potentially correlated with the error term and causing the endogeneity problem, endogeneity bias in my estimates. So, size to this extent, theoretically, I can justify that it is endogenous in nature. So now if size is endogenous in nature, what will I do is I will start this lag length, for the instruments from 2. Okay, so all of these starting lag lengths have been specified as part of the mathematical proofs which were given by the corresponding authors and propagators of system GMM estimator. So for any endogenous variable, the starting lag length has to be 2 for the first difference model. As you can see, again I have written model diff. Okay, now moving on to liquidity, GMM IV liquidity. So liquidity, again, I am assuming it to be endogenous, and now I'm assuming liquidity to be endogenous on the basis of the simultaneous relationship which liquidity is sharing with cash holdings. Because, like I just told you, as the non-cash working capital keeps on increasing, you can very well expect the cash holdings to come down, because both of these are substitutes of one another. But now the question is, what determines what? Do the non-cash working capital, does the non-cash working capital determine cash holdings, or do the cash holdings determine non-cash working capital? So now this is a problematic question. This is a dilemma. We cannot actually with 100% guarantee say that liquidity determines cash holdings or cash holdings determine liquidity, because there is a two-way relationship, right? If the firm has higher cash holdings, you can very well expect the non-cash working capital to be lower. So for such variables which share a simultaneous relationship with your dependent variable, as in you are not able to figure out whether x causes y or y causes x, so then you can very well expect those variables also to be endogenous. And this is what I have done in the case of liquidity as well. So again, I have started the lag length from 2 and I have gone up till 5. Okay, now again let me just tell you that why am I stopping at 5. See, while specifying the lag lengths, although it is a subjective call of the researcher, but it is advisable that you maintain a certain consistency in specifying these lag lengths, and see how I have maintained this consistency. So for example, in the L dot cash holdings, I started my lag length from 1 because it was a predetermined variable, and I stopped at 4. So how many lags I am using in total? 1, 2, 3, 4. And when I was specifying lags for an endogenous variable, I started with 2 because that is the norm, and I only went up till 5. So 2, 3, 4, 5. Again, I'm only using 4 lags. So for all the variables, I am only using 4 lags in the first differenced model. Okay, so there is a consistency in my lag selection, because if, let us suppose, you specify different numbers, different ending lag lengths for all the variables, it will be hard for you to justify those different numbers. Okay, so in this particular case also, we are trying to maintain that consistency. Anyway, now let us move to the last variable, last independent variable in our equation, that is profitability, which I have calculated by computing the return on assets. So it is believed that higher the profitability, more shall be the cash holdings, because a part of these profits will definitely be generated in cash, and other things being constant, you can expect the cash holdings to be higher for firms which are more profitable. But now there is a reverse causality as well. Firms which will have more cash in their hand are expected to invest that same cash again in the future to generate more profits. So again, there is a possibility of a bi-directional relationship. So we cannot, 100% say, we cannot say with 100% guarantee that whether profitability causes cash holdings or cash holdings cause profitability. So that is why, again, what I have done is I have considered profitability to be an endogenous variable. I have started its lag lengths with 2 and I have ended at 5. And again, this is done for my differenced model. Okay. Now for the differenced model, for the first differenced model, as you can see, I have specified the lag lengths in level values to be used as arguments for these first differenced values. And now I will be doing the same thing for my level equation as well. So again, I will open the GMM IV bracket. I will write L dot cash holdings lag 0, 0, and this is for model level now. And why have I mentioned lag 0, 0? Because for the level model, the contemporaneous first difference values serve as valid instruments whenever the variable is predetermined in nature. So that is why lag 0, 0, which means the contemporaneous first difference values can be used as a valid instrument for the level equation for this predetermined variable, that is lag of cash holdings. So this is again a norm, which has been, which has been proven mathematically. That these contemporaneous lags serve as the best instruments for predetermined variables whenever we are talking about the level model. Okay, so moving forward, we now talk about liquidity. Liquidity, as I told you, was an endogenous variable. So for endogenous variables, whenever we are talking about the level equation, the first difference lag, the lag of the first difference, the first lag of the level difference, the first lag of the first difference values, serve as a valid instrument, serve as a powerful instrument. So that is why I have used lag 1 to 1 here. So the first value of the difference equation is serving as an instrument for the contemporaneous level value of liquidity here in the level model. And similar is the case with profitability and size as well, because both of these were again endogenous variables. Okay, so now for endogenous variables also we have specified the lag length. For the predetermined variables also we have specified the lag length, and we have done this for both the models, that is first differenced as well as level model. Okay, and finally you can see I have written no footnote, because what this command does is that if you do not write no footnote, this command will give you the list of instruments which have been used in the model. In the estimation process, it will give you the list of those instruments, but we do not want that list of instruments, so that is why we will write no footnote. Okay, other than that there is no difference. If you skip writing no footnote, you will just get some additional part of the output, which will be the list of instruments which have been used in order to estimate both these equations. Right, any questions up till here in the command? Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, any questions in the command?
No.
Is it
Anything
necessary to specify instrument variable for all the independent variables?
Yes, absolutely. So what happens is that either your variables fall into the category of endogenous or predetermined or exogenous. Now, barring exogenous variables, for both the other kinds of variables, that is endogenous as well as predetermined, you need to specify instruments. And in fact, for the exogenous variables as well, for the level model, you do need to specify instruments. For the first difference equation, it is not required, but for the level equation, you also need to specify instruments for the exogenous variables as well. Also, although there is no exogenous variable in our model, so that is why we haven't done that. But it is necessary that you specify instruments for all the types of variables. All right, so we'll just press enter now and we'll see what the output is, and we'll interpret the output then. So all of you can just copy that command from the do file. You can also run that command in your respective Stata software and you can get the output. Right, so I have got my output. So now let us start interpreting the output one by one. So at the top you have number of observations, which is 3645, which is nothing but the number of firm year observations which you have in your data. Okay, so I hope you understand what do we mean by firm year observations. If anyone has any doubt, you can ask me or we'll just move forward. So number of groups is 294, which means that 294 companies, 294 cross-sectional units in total have been used in order to derive this output. Then you have moment conditions. By moment conditions, you simply mean instruments. So you have currently 275 instruments which are being used in the estimation process for this model, right? Then you have observation per group. So which means that for each cross-sectional unit, how many firm year observations do you have? So minimum is 1, that in your data set, you have at least 1 firm year observation for each cross-sectional unit, that is for each firm. average is 12.39, which means that on average you have around 12 firm year observations for each cross-sectional unit. And always also keep in mind that the total time period in our case is 16 years. And since the lag of the dependent variable is also being used in the model, so the effective sample size becomes 15 years, right? So out of 15, on an average, you have 12 firm year observations for a given firm. And then finally, the max number of firm year observations that you have for a cross-sectional unit is 15, which means that there are some cross-sectional units in your data set for which you have data corresponding to all the years. Right. So now coming on to the coefficients, cash holdings L1. So this was the first independent variable which I had specified in my equation, L dot cash holdings. And as you can see, you have got a positive coefficient for it. And I told you that the coefficient here should be positive because that will justify the persistence which is there in your dependent variable. So this has to be between 0 and 1, and it is between 0 and 1. And more importantly, as you can see, it is statistically significant, which means that this persistence is statistically significant. So which means that the mean reverting behavior is kind of validated for cash holdings by looking at this output. Now coming on to the other independent variables, size, liquidity, and profitability. So as you can see, size, I told you, should be negatively related with the cash holding. So we are getting a negative sign here, and it is also statistically significant, p-value being less than 5%. Coming on to liquidity, I had told you that the relationship should be negative. It is negative, but however, the p-value is implying that this relationship is not statistically significant. And finally, profitability. I told you that the sign of relationship between profitability and cash holdings should be positive. It is positive, and it is also statistically significant. And remember, in the command we had also included time effects. So you have got estimates of the beta coefficients for all your years, right? And remember that your period started from 2001 and it went up till 2016. However, your years, the coefficients, the beta estimates which you are getting are starting from year 2003. 2001 and 2002 are missing. Why? Remember that the inclusion of the lag of the dependent variable, because of which you have lost the first year in your data set. So the first year is wiped out, and another year is also wiped out because you are trying to avoid dummy variable trap. So in order to avoid dummy variable trap, what we do is that we include n-1 dummies. And in this case, since I'm talking about time, I would rather say t-1 time dummies. So t was effectively 15 because 1 year I lost in the process of including the lag of the dependent variable in my equation. So 1 year I lost there. So 16 minus 1, 15. And after 15, I also avoided, I also excluded one time dummy in order to avoid the dummy variable trap. So 15 minus 1 is 14. And for these 14 years, you have got their respective beta coefficients along with their p-values, right? Okay. So this is where the output ends. And the interpretation of each and every other item is just like the one you do in the output which you get from OLS. Just have a look at this WC robust standard error. So this WC stands for wind measure corrected robust standard errors, because I had used clustered standard errors in order to address any issues arising out of heteroscedasticity and autocorrelation. So that is why the output is showing me that you have calculated robust standard errors, right? So my friends, if you have any doubt up till here, let me know, or we'll just move forward. Okay, so I suppose there are no doubts. So once you okay, so in fact, before I move forward, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, great. So friends, once you obtain this output, now there are two very important and mandatory diagnostic tests which you need to do, and let us perform all of these two diagnostic tests and also understand their relevance and implication. So the first diagnostic test corresponds to the autocorrelation in the first differenced error term. So estat space serial is the command, which is again mentioned in the do file which I had sent to you. Estat space serial. I press enter, and see what has happened is that for the first differenced error term, I have been given the output for the null hypothesis corresponding to no autocorrelation of order 1 as well as no autocorrelation of order 2. So friends, what we do is that we check the autocorrelation in the first differenced residuals at order 1 as well as at order 2 in order to ensure that there is no serial correlation in the level error term. Okay, so now understand this very carefully. If there is no serial correlation in the levels error term, which we actually want, we want no serial correlation to be present in the level error term. If there is no such correlation, if there is no such serial correlation in the level error term, then you will definitely find an autocorrelation of order 1 in the first differenced error term. So which means that, you know, this first value which you are getting 0.00000, you know, this p value should always be less than 5%. Because if this is less than 5%, what does it mean? That there is serial correlation in the first difference error term. And what does the serial correlation in the first difference error term of order 1 mean? It means that there is no serial correlation in the level error term. So in order to ensure that there is no serial correlation in the level error term, we would like to have a serial correlation of the first order in the first difference residual. So which means that this first value, first p value which you are getting, it should be less than 5%. Okay, this is what is happening in our case as well. Then there shouldn't be any higher order serial correlation in the level error term, which means that, you know, this second p value which you are getting, you know, its value should always be greater than 5%, and currently it is 0.0577, which means 5.77%. so it is greater than 5%, and again this is desirable for us. This is what we want. We want no higher order serial correlation in the first differenced error term. Although we want you know, a serial correlation of order 1 in the first difference error term, but we do not want a higher order serial correlation in the first difference error term. And that is why, you know, this autocorrelation of order 2, its corresponding p value should be greater than 5%, because only then we'll be able to say that we have not been able to reject the null hypothesis of no autocorrelation of order 2 in the first difference error term. Okay, so in summary, the first value which you get, the first p value out of this command stat serial, it should be statistically significant. That is, it should be less than 5%. And the second p value, my dear friends, should be statistically insignificant, which means that it should be greater than 5%. So, you know, in this way, the first diagnostic test has been satisfied. Now let us move on to the next diagnostics test, that is stat over ID. Now this stat over ID, my dear friends, is a test to verify the validity of the instruments that have been used in the model. So this is a test of instrument validity. Okay, so now what happens is that this p value which you are seeing, 0.2444, this should be ideally greater than 0.2 or rather 0.25. You know, so the thing is that we not just want this null hypothesis to not get rejected, but, you know, for its p value as well, we want it to be higher than 10%, that is 0.1, and you know, as high as possible. We want this p value to be, but then again, you know, this p value should not cross a threshold of, let's say, 0.6 or 0.7, because then, you know, the result of this particular test becomes unreliable. So, you know, there is a range of p value which we expect for this p value. So it should be greater than 0.1, but then again it should not cross a threshold of, let's say, 0.7. So it should be between 0.1 and 0.7. Okay, all in all, this particular hypothesis of instrument validity, null hypothesis of instruments being valid, should not get rejected, and this is what is happening in our case as well. And if you look at you know, the next p value which you have for three-step weighting matrix, it is 0.07, so that is also greater than 0.05. So, you know, that also in a way is indicating to us that the instruments are valid, although I would have desired this value to be greater than 0.1. Had it been had it been greater than 0.1, it would have been really desirable. But nevertheless, at least the value for the two-step weighting matrix, which is coming out to be 2.444, is indicating to me that my instruments are valid, because the null hypothesis of this test of over identifying restrictions is that the instruments are valid. Over identifying restrictions are valid, and it is in fact written here as well. H0 over identifying restrictions are valid. So I want this null hypothesis to not get rejected, and that is what I am observing here as well as part of both of these p values. Now, with regard to the reportage of this Sargan-Hansen test for instrument validity, you can choose either of these two variants which you are getting as part of the output, two-step weighting matrix or three-step weighting matrix. Ideally, it is preferred that you could go for two-step weighting matrix and you remain consistent. And for all the system GMM regressions that you run in your paper or in your thesis, you stick to reporting the results of two-step weighting matrix only. Okay. So in this way, my dear friends, both of the diagnostic test, so diagnostic test relating to AR1, that is autocorrelation of the order 1 in the first difference residuals, that also has been satisfied. And then the diagnostic test of the instrument validity, that also has been satisfied in my model. So all in all, these results seem fit to be reported. And it is imperative for us to not just report the output, but also report the results of both these diagnostic tests as well whenever we are reporting system GMM findings. Okay. All right. Any doubts up till here, my friends? Okay. Same question. Am I audible?
Yes, Pratik, you are audible.
Okay, great. So my dear friends, this was just an example of how do we implement XTDPD GMM in Stata. But please keep in mind, my dear friends, this was just an example that I tried to present to you so that you get familiarized with the syntax. But there are additional options as well in the command which you can very well study by going to Stata and typing help space XTDPD GMM. So the entire syntax will get opened in front of you with all the options, all the sub options and their descriptions. The entire syntax will be in front of you. So you can very well use this help command in Stata, not just to study the syntax of XTDPD GMM, but to study the syntax of any command for that matter. Okay, so let us suppose you want to study the syntax of xtreg. Just type help space xtreg and you will get the entire syntax, all the options, their descriptions, everything. Okay, this is one thing. Another thing is that if at all you have any questions with regard to any command, any program, any routine in Stata, or any econometric methodology in general, any conceptual doubt, you can always resort to this platform called Stata List. Right, statalist.org. You can go to this platform, right, and you can start posting your queries. And let me tell you, you get very quick replies, and experts who have been working in their respective fields for years will give answers to your questions. I have myself benefited a lot from this forum. And in fact, the author of this command XTDPD GMM, Professor Sebastian, has answered all my queries which I have posted on this platform. He also in fact came for a guest lecture in our department day before yesterday. So you can use this platform to your advantage if you have any doubts. And also friends, I have shared a couple of more documents with you. I'll just open them and I'll show them to you. Right. So first of all, I have created a Word doc for all of you in order to explain the syntax of XTDPT GMM in as simple words as possible. So here is that syntax. I have tried to list down all the standard options which we use as part of this command along with their description. So this Word doc is with you. You can go through this Word doc, and in fact, if we have 5-7 minutes, I would just like to go through these points of guidance and implementation of system GMM. Ma'am, can
Yes,
we do so,
Pratik.
please?
Yes, sure.
Okay, great. So my dear friends, there are a lot of points which you need to keep in mind while estimating XTDPT GMM or while estimating system GMM estimator in general, using any command for that matter. So let us, discuss all of those points one by one here. The number one point is that always use two-step option instead of one step, which we have done in our case as well. We have used two-step because you get more efficient standard errors. The second is that, you always perform the Sargan-Hansen test in order to check the validity of your instruments. And always remember that with regard to the p-value which you get from the Sargan-Hansen test, there is a range which this p-value should follow. It should be greater than 10%, but then it should not exceed a threshold of 70%, let's say. Okay, so it should be between 0.1 and 0.7. Then avoid external instruments, which means that you are advised not to use variables which are not in the model itself as instruments. Okay, so always use variables which are present in your model as instruments, and this is what in fact we have done in our command as well. Then always use time dummies by using that sub option called T effects, and this is what we did in our model as well. Then let us say if you have unbalanced panel, then instead of the first difference transformation, in order to derive your transformed equation transformed model, you are advised to choose forward orthogonal deviations. That is the transformation which is suggested in case of unbalanced panel, because that preserves your sample size. So lesser number of observations are lost if you use FODV instead of diff. Then always use cluster ID, which we have done in our case also to address the issues arising out of heteroscedasticity and autocorrelation, right? And so the next point is again with regard to the p-value of your Hansen test, which again, like I just told you, that it should be greater than 0.1 but less than 0.7, and ideal range is that it should be around 0.25. Okay. So these are some points which you need to keep in mind while estimating system GMM, right? So yeah, so then right. So in fact, let us also go through these issues as well. Right. So system GMM, will give you invalid estimates if the options that you select and the sub options therefore and the sub options thereof are not correct. So it is mandatory that you understand the implication and the usage and the meaning of each and every option and sub option, and you use it, and you do not rely on the default options which are set in the algorithm of the command. Okay. Then it is important that you categorize your independent variables according to the theory, and you specify the lag limits accordingly, which we just did. So for example, for predetermined variables, you start your lag length for the first difference model from 1, and for the endogenous variable, you start the lag length from 2. So all of these choices will depend on the categorization of your independent variables, whether do you consider them as endogenous, predetermined, or exogenous. Then system GMM account does not account for cross-sectional dependence. So if there is cross-sectional correlation among your variables, system GMM will not take care of that. You should be aware of it. It also does not account for any structural break in your data. So if at all there is a structural break, it is recommended that you break your sample into 2 parts or 3 parts or 4 parts, whatever it be, and then estimate the model. Okay. Then also it is told that if your time periods are too large, then system GMM estimator is not appropriate technique to solve the equation, not an appropriate methodology to solve your model. Then in that case, you can go for pooled mean group or dynamic fixed effects model. Then too many instruments. may generate implausible p-values for Sargan-Hansen test, which means that your instruments should always be lesser than the number of cross-sectional units. So for example, in our output you must have noticed that there are so there are 275 instruments, right? And the number of groups are 294. So clearly the number of instruments are lower than number of groups in our case as well. And in fact, this gap between number of groups, that is number of cross-sectional units and number of instruments, should be as high as possible. Okay, so lower the number of instruments, better it is, because higher number of instruments will actually more will actually create higher chances of instrument invalidity, which you shall see as part of your Sargan-Hansen test. Okay, so that is why try and curtail your number of instruments to the minimum possible. And in fact, one way of doing that is that in your command you can, after specifying the lags, use a sub option called collapse. Okay, so I will just show it to you how it is done. So let me do one thing. I will write collapse after all these lag lengths that I've used in the first differenced model, and you will see that the number of instruments will go down. Okay, so I'm writing now collapse, and I'm estimating the model once again, and see the number of instruments has gone down from 275 to 137. Okay, so if at all your instruments are very high, and also if let us suppose you are getting significant p-values for your Sargan-Hansen test, then it is advisable, it is recommended that you lower the number of your instruments by using the collapse option. Okay. Okay. The next is that your AR2, that is serial correlation of the order 2 in the first differenced error term, should not be significant, because if it is significant, then it tells you that there is a higher order serial correlation in the first difference error term, which is to be avoided. And that is why if AR2 is significant, if the coefficient for the AR2 test is significant, then you cannot report the results of system GMM estimator. They will be invalid. Okay. And finally, all the assumptions and all the diagnostic tests, you should report them together with your output whenever you are showing findings corresponding to system GMM estimator. Right. So my dear friends, that's all from my side. If you have any questions, you are most welcome to ask your questions. Am I audible?
Yes, Pratik, you are audible.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. So now what I'll do is I will quickly, show you the PPT as well, which I have mailed you. There are just 2 slides, and these 2 slides, mind you, are very, very important, because I have tried to list down all important references and readings which you would like to go through if you want to understand static as well as dynamic panel data analysis. So, right. So for understanding the basics of panel data analysis, you can go to you can go through chapter number 16 of Gujarati, basic econometrics. You can then move on to Woolrich. Then for dynamic panel estimation, you must read this paper, How to Do XTA Bond 2 in Stata. So this will give you the conceptual understanding of how the system GMM estimator is operating. Then you can go through this PPT, which was prepared by the author of the command XTDPD GMM. The link is also given here to you. Sebastian Kripev-Gans had prepared these slides for his presentation at the London Stata Conference in 2019. Then you can go through this paper if you're working in the area of finance. Then you can go through this paper by Flannery and Hankins, Estimating Dynamic Panel Data Models in Corporate Finance. So this is again a very helpful paper which will help you understand the issues of endogeneity arising out of all potential causes, omitted variable bias, simultaneity, dynamic panel, and then measurement error as well. So we can go through this paper. And finally, there is a recent paper by Kvyat called Macroeconometric Dynamic Panel Data Methods, Model Specification and Selection Issues, which was published in Econometrics and Statistics. And again, he is giving you a lot of guidance, a lot of points to keep in mind whenever using system GMM estimator. Right. Then there are some YouTube videos as well which you can watch. So especially this video, the lecture by Sebastian Kripavgans on XTDPD GMM, which he delivered day before yesterday in our department. You can go through this lecture, wherein he is again describing the syntax of the command along with the dynamics of dynamic panel estimation. And also, if you are let us say currently studying the basics of panel data analysis, which means that if let us suppose you are currently studying fixed and random effects, then you can watch this part 1 video, and then if you are through part 1, then you can watch part 2 of this video, which is given by a professor of Simon Fraser University. Both of these videos are very helpful, and they are not very mathematical, so they will help you understand the mechanics of static as well as dynamic panel estimation. Right, my dear friends, so that's all from my side. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer the same.
Prateek, you said in your presentation while talking about the lags, the way you have taken, and you said there are mathematical proofs. So these mathematical proofs are with specific reference to empirical work on cache holdings or are in general?
In general, sir, because all of these lag lengths, specifically the starting lag length, they have been derived as part of the papers which have been published while propagating system GMM estimator as an appropriate technique to model dependent variables which follow dynamic data generating process. So these starting lag lengths are general.
Thank
Right. Anything else, my dear friends?
Praveen, Prateek, अपना stop screen stop कर sharing.
Sir, you were saying something. I missed it. I'm sorry.
अपना screen share मत कर, stop कर दे. Right. So, friends, finally, we are coming to an end, and a lot of discussions we had about panel and fixed effect, random effect model, and the dynamic panel, and that's all from our side. And finally, sorry, we feel happy that new knowledge is taking birth in ourselves. We feel more confident about panel data and the use of the panel data for our analysis. And this, knowledge will definitely help the researchers in doing their research work, especially those who are working with the panel data. But so by now, I feel all of the participants must be feeling comfortable with panel data analysis, and they can take the challenges of panel data analysis. But it's a humble beginning for all of us, and learning is a never-ending process. So that is beginning for all of us, and you have to go a long way to work with panel data. And don't forget the lines of the Robert Frost who says, mice to go before I sleep. Okay, so start working with it. It requires a lot of hard work and a lot of patience. And I hope
there any
that
platform where we can follow you? Is there any platform we can follow you? Social platform like LinkedIn?
no. It's not that. If you have something, you can write to me.
Thank you, Prateek Bedi, sir. And
Must be feeling happy with it. Thank you very much. Enjoy. Have a good time. Big thanks to all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
thank you, Prateek Bedi, sir, and Professor C.K. Gupta for the wonderful session today. Thank you, Pratik Bedi sir and Professor C.P. Gupta for the wonderful session today. This brings us closer to the closure of the 1 week faculty development program on advanced time series and panel data analysis. It was in true sense a hands-on experience, and the organizing committee of the FDP feels that all the participants would have benefited from their endeavor. And before we propose the vote of thanks, I request all the participants to turn on their cameras for a quick photograph. I request all the participants to turn on their cameras for a quick photograph. Dear all, kindly turn on your cameras for a quick photograph. All of you, please.
Professor C.P. Gupta sir.
Professor C.P. Gupta, sir, please, you also, if you are listening, please turn on your camera, please, sir.
I'll just call him up. I'll just call him up to tell him that he needs to switch on his camera. Just hold on.
Yes, sir.
Okay, meanwhile, I can see in the chat box that Nishant was asking that does it matter whether we can apply dynamic panel model to a balanced or an unbalanced set? So let me tell you that it doesn't matter. You can very well use dynamic panel model for both balanced as well as unbalanced panel data sets. Doesn't matter.
Thank you, sir.
I just called CP sir, but he's not picking up. I'll try once again. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Divya ma'am, I'm afraid he's not picking up right now.
It's okay, sir.
In any case, his camera off is more visible in the entire screen.
Nani ma'am, have we got the photographs?
I think yes, Gaurav has.
I've taken.
Thank you so much. You can turn off your camera if you wish to. The attendance and feedback form for the day is already shared in the chat box. I repeat, the attendance and feedback form for the day is already shared in the chat box.
Ma'am, can you please share it again? I can't locate it.
I will share it again.
Thank you, ma'am.
Please have a look.
Thank you, ma'am, for the wonderful session. Can we leave, ma'am?
Wait a minute, sir. I am also sharing your certificates.
We are sharing a link of the drive in the chat box, and this link will also be shared through an email to you all. This is with respect to your e-certificates for the FDP. So you can open this link and you can download your certificates from this link. For just
Excuse me, ma'am. Ma'am,
Yes,
can you share the feedback link again?
yes, ma'am, I will share the feedback link again.
Yeah, what you are saying about certificates? Ma'am, pardon. Ma'am, regarding certificates.
Please you
Ma'am, I have already shared the link on the chat box. You can just click on that link and all the certificates are there. So you can download your certificates from that link. And if you find any mistake, you can just turn up to us. We are happy to correct it. And if your certificates are not there, do convey us so that we can add your certificates in that link. And this link will be open till tomorrow. So please try to download your certificates by the tomorrow day, end of the day. Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Kindly note if you don't find the certificate.
Imani, I would like to say something towards the end.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And I think all the participants must thank Imani. She worked on this workshop very hard. And I remember she started working 2-3 months back, and still then struggling with this thing or that thing. And I can vouch for the nervousness she had before the start of the FDP. But thankfully, with the help of the people at gyms and with his own work, hard work, the FDP is a great FDP. And Himani, keep it up. And
Yes,
all
sir.
the best to you. It's great, 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 great FDP. And people will really remember you and thank you for such opportunity which you have extended and created for them. Thank you, Mani.
Sir, just a small vote of thanks. I'm just going to give a small vote of thanks from my side. A warm and cherished evening to our most valued honorable resource person, Dr. C.P. Gupta sir, qualified participants, my colleagues, my dear friends, and everyone. It is my privilege to propose a vote of thanks and acknowledge the contribution of those who worked hard to make this faculty development program a success. On behalf of Department of Management Studies of Jagannath International Management School, Vasant Kunj, and entire fraternity of the institute, I, Dr. Himani Gupta, first of all like to give my sincere thanks to Almighty God for making this 6 days FDP a grand success. By His blessings and grace, we are able to make the event what it was. On behalf of James Vasantkut, I would like to give a really heartfelt vote of thanks to our resource person, Dr. C.P. Gupta sir, who spent his busiest time in enlightening us with the panel data analysis. I would also like to thank Dr. Shruti Bhutani and Dr. Anu Bhardwaj, who also spent their busiest time to enlighten all the participants with their knowledge on literature review and descriptive statistics. In these 6 days FDP, we had the opportunity to hear you, and this is definitely encouraging us in our near future research. I would like to take this opportunity to record my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Nidhi Gupta, HOD Department of Management Studies, for all the support and guidance for conducting this FDP. Well, ladies and gentlemen, such an event cannot happen overnight. Wheels start rolling around a week ago. It requires planning and a bird's eye for details. We have been fortunate enough to be supported by the team of very motivated and dedicated colleagues from Jagannath International Management School, Vasant Kunj, who know their job and are result oriented. So I would like to thank Mr. Deep Viswas, Dr. Seema Vadhavan, Ms. Anshu Punchi, Mr. Gaurav Bhardwaj, Ms. Divya Gupta, Ms. Nisha Vadhavan, Ms. Pooja Madan, and not the least our student, Mr. Samarth Bagla, who gave his best to make the 6 days event a success. And finally, I would like to thank all the participants who listen, all the resource persons very patiently. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much, sir. Thanks to whole team of GEMS for such a great event. And thanks, ma'am. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I'll be sharing the link of the certificates on your mail also, plus on the group also. So you can download from there also.
Ma'am, when we will be getting the PPTs and
Recordings I have already put on the group. And for the PPTs, just give me 2 or 3 days time so that we can add all the commands that we have discussed over here in 6 days FDP, and I'll be sharing it with you.
Ma'am, is it possible for you, can you share all recorded video lecture to mail also?
Okay, I'll try to share it via Drive too.
Okay, ठीक है, thank you so much.
Okay.
Ma'am, please अपना contact number share कर देना please.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
And Himani ma'am, Pratik this side, just a small request from my side. You have my email ID. I am also posting it in the chat box. So please share this email ID with all the participants in case they have any question with regard to panel data analysis, whether it be fixed effects, random effects, or dynamic panel estimation. They can get in touch with me on my email ID. Okay.
Sure. Okay, thank you all. Gaurav, you can start.